and I think we're live. I am waiting for... Yes, we have the yellow stroke orange live symbol. Yes, we are live with Dr. David Mark Keirsey and Maria, who might ask lots of complicated chemistry questions later on, or she might not. So this is going to be an interview, and we're also going to look through Model G. And Victor's given me 4 questions to ask you, and the first one is, if you tell us about your studies and careers, that would be great. Take as long as you like.
Okay. Yeah, so I kind of thought about this a little bit. So basically, I want to just sort of give you sort of the complete background to some degree. And I got some books just for the hell of it to kind of give people maybe a little bit of understanding of things. So, you know, I grew up in Claremont, California, and basically my father was a psychologist, my mother was a school teacher, and but I was always interested in science from the word go. And so basically, one of the things that my mother did for me was that she read from this book, because I was not interested in any other books. It's called The World We Live In. And it's a kind of a popular book from time to time, things. And the interesting thing, of course, is that it has interesting things about life, and very much life, but also there's some picture of here on how the Earth evolved. I don't remember where it is, but I was intrigued by the whole thing. So basically, I was interested in science from the word go, basically. So, you know, as a kid growing up, it was a very, very, I realized in the last couple of years that in some sense, everyone would say, boy, you were a privileged kid, you know, because my parents never divorced. We never, you know, I was a middle child, and I got along with my elder sister and my younger sister, and so it was a very. Everybody said, well, you know, gee, that's a great life, and I didn't realize that other people had difficulties. You know, when we finally realized, oh, gee, you know, all the people are getting divorced and all this kind of stuff. And my father, of course, was my type, you know, which we didn't, you know, in the beginning didn't know about that. But so essentially, and my mother was an idealist and a teacher idealist. So I you know, grew up doing okay. Of course, there were places, you know, there were difficulties because, in some sense, my interests were in science, and of course there was Caltech, and of course I realized that I couldn't possibly make it in Caltech because I wasn't smart enough. So, but I was always interested in science, and so I would quickly glommed on when I was in junior high. There were these books called the Science Study Series. So I just started accumulating those. You know, quantum electronics, the heart of the atom, 30 years that shook physics, and of course probably the most influential one was what's called bubbles, soap bubbles. I was fascinated by that. And then, of course, in high school, because of my grandfather, he was a rock hound, I got into crystals. So I was basically kind of a science, but also that, and of course, I got into computers in my junior year or sophomore year. So I got computers and crystals, okay, and I decided I'd become a chemistry major because I was chemistry lab assistant. So basically, oh, and then one last thing was, in my last year of high school, I took a course, a mathematical course, which was self-paced. I said, okay, what I want you to do is here's the material, you read it. If you want an A, read that, and if you want to get a B, you read this, and if you want to get a C, you get this. And so I went through the curriculum, and then he ran out of curriculum to give me, and I continued on that. So one of the things we were to do is sort the library, and they had this book called Cybernetics, and I started reading it, and of course it's got a lot of calculus, and I didn't know calculus at the time, so I didn't understand very much of it, but I was fascinated by it because, I was into computers, and so then I hit college and started in chemistry, but took electrical engineering because I was interested in computers. There were no computer science departments at the time. And basically then I learned chemistry, which I did poorly at because I didn't like experimental, and it was hard. Chemistry is hard, especially thermodynamics, which I learned a lot about thermodynamics, which I basically screwed up on. But eventually, 30 years later, I basically use that as very much a basis for things. So what year was this? Basically, I was born in '50, so I grew up. I went into college. High school, it was in the '60s, early '60s, and I graduated from high school in 1968. So obviously, I was a nerd in the '60s. Everybody else was having fun and doing their thing, right? The artisans and the guardians and the idealists were running around, and I was into science. So I was a nerd in the '60s. Yeah. So in '68 I went to Santa Barbara, and they burned the bank, and I realized. And I kind of bombed out of chemistry and electrical engineering because that wasn't really what I was interested. I was interested in them, but they were difficult. But I was very good at computers, so I knew computers more than anybody else because I had started in them early. So I then transferred to Irvine, University of California, Irvine, they had just created a Department of Information and Computer Science, and I arrived in the Irvine in 1970, and there was a professor named John Seeley Brown, who was interested in artificial intelligence, and I immediately took the class because I had some classes. I skipped some classes. Because I had sort of work experience, but I also had to take some theory classes and catch up. But I took artificial intelligence and said, that's me. That's what I'm interested in. Because my father, of course, was interested in natural intelligence, and I was interested in artificial intelligence because obviously, fathers and sons have similar conflicts and interests. So essentially, I got into that, and so then I got into computers and finished that. But meanwhile, one of the things is that I also was paying attention to what my father was talking about, and as it turns out, this is his thesis. It's called The Polarization of Intelligence, which he, so we've been talking about intelligence and of course I had the computers and math. I had the math and computers, and of course he was telling me that I was all wrong. That's not the way to do it. But I also watched his way of doing it. So he also abandoned his thesis, but he didn't abandon his approach, which you might call Hegelian or the Gestalt way of doing things. So I was a scientist. I really wanted to be a scientist kind of thing. I just love science. So I was playing with the bits and the particles and the atoms but I also was understanding things from my father's point of view, a more holistic, talking about words. Yeah.
I just want to say is that one of the things that Viktor talks about INTPs do is that they will try to solve a problem from lots of different angles. So it must have been amazing that your father is the same type. And it's like looking at something from different angles. Like, for instance, you're doing the artificial intelligence, he's doing the natural intelligence. And so two INTPs working together, that's a lot of multi-angle thinking.
Yes, this is true. Yes, arguing together. Because he of course, it had a lot of statistics. But so we really basically argued about words for many, many, many years. In fact, till the day he died, basically, we argued about our words, how to use them, and what they meant. And so that was another part that helped me, because what happened was I got into artificial intelligence, right? And then I went to Wisconsin for my master's degree. And of course, that was completely different. Before, like I said, I'd been Southern California suburbs, and then university, basically very nice environments, kind of the upper middle class or middle class kind of people. So when I went to Wisconsin, then there were a lot of foreign students. And as it turns out, I just loved that, because I felt like a stranger in a strange land before, being an architect rational, that nobody, the normal people, right? They were interested in science. They weren't interested in ideas. They were just interested in sports or human relations, and just doing their thing. And so I was fascinated by people, that made some friends, and of course I was also starting to get interested in women. So my wife, my eventual wife, was from Thailand, and so but I also got interested in a Japanese girlfriend. And so while I was getting my master's in computer science, I eventually finished fairly quickly, and the Japanese girlfriend invited me to Japan. So I had applied for a graduate school in Irvine, going back to Irvine, and was going to be in the fall, but I had like 4 months between the times when I finished my master's. And so I went to Japan, and I knew konnichiwa and sayonara, and that was basically it. And so I then proceeded to go to Japan, and she helped me get around a little bit, and I got a job teaching English, which is one of the things people do at that time. It was in 1974. And downtown Tokyo, I never used a taxi, never used the subway. I never had, never been in a city. So it was just a completely different world. It's like, you're going from, middle America, American, right? Everything's America. And then all of a sudden you're in a completely different environment. Japanese, they are, a different kind of culture. But, yeah.
How did your father feel about you going to Japan?
My parents were not supportive, but they, I was going to go. My father, of course, and my mother were never, they never told me what to do. I mean, my father he would just talk about things, and my mother, of course, was always extremely positive. She was a Pollyanna person, but they just, they wouldn't. They thought, well, they're from the different generation. Let's say that.
Yeah.
So I went to Japan and had a real interesting time. Taught English. So I watched myself, being a sort of a kind of a abstract kind of person anyway. I watched myself how I learned language, and also my interactions with people. So I quickly learned that I was it's just a completely different thing. Before you just assume everybody understands you, right? But I'm starting to understand, hey, people are completely different personality, but also there's cultural differences, and some of those are simple and some are deep. So, and of course, I'm not a teacher, so I'm here teaching English. Okay, I was a very poor teacher because I just assumed everybody understood what I understood, and I just say, well, this is obvious kind of stuff, and so there were a guy was really tough on me. I remember a Japanese guy, and he just he was realizing that I was a very good teacher, because one of the things that I quickly learned was they're not interested in teaching them grammar or thing. What they're really the advantage of us was pronunciation, because there's a difficulty with Japanese, and at that time, it was really bad. Is that the Japanese, they knew English very well, actually, sometimes better than me, but it was only written. They had nobody. Japanese were teaching them English, so they were very good students, and of course completely different from the American students. American students that are lazy people. Just they want to be spoon-fed. They don't want to do any work. Japanese are extremely hardworking and very bright, and but the whole thing was pronunciation. So I learned that really what I was here was that I was there to really help them with their pronunciation. They would hear me, so I had to clean up my act, because I was a Californian. Hey, far out, man, cool. It's like, check out my watch. Check out? What in the hell do you mean by check out? Oh, I would like to see what time it is. Check out. Yeah. So learning the experience of trying to communicate with people that and of course I didn't know Japanese. I mean, I was terrible.
just from a humorous point of view, did you at one point think, oh, should I talk in like American theatre standard, the way like the posh American actors talk? And did you think?
Well, I wasn't very good at that, but I quickly eliminated my California accent.
Right.
Okay. I mean, far out, cool, you know, I had to be, I became very staccato in my way of talking very distinctly because, and very slowly, because, again, you know, they were, I felt bad because, hey, I didn't know Japanese, and these people were trying to learn English, you know, or were willing to talk to me. So I really felt bad because, you know, I felt incompetent. And in fact, when I was teaching, what I would do is I got in situations where I just completely felt terrible because I went to a Japanese, there was a club that were learning English, and there were some girls, secretaries, that didn't know much English at all. And then there were the guys there were a couple guys that actually were, you know, actually pretty good in English. But they're all together. And I'm trying to help people, you know, I'm trying to teach people. And I felt really bad. So I'd take a dictionary and then just open it up and we'd talk about things. You know, and then took advice from the lady who had done it before. But I was reaching for straws, and I felt that was the worst, most stressful time in my life was going up to this Japanese club because I felt incompetent. I really felt like I was wasting their time because I wasn't a teacher. I was just some schlub American that didn't know anything about his language or their language, and I didn't know how to teach. So I was looking at the world very analytically, like, you know, what's happening here, okay? And the same thing with navigating through the train stations, okay? Because I didn't know kanji, so I was really analyzing the language, and I was analyzing the culture and my interaction with the culture. And in fact, there was a Thai lady, a Thai girl, that was taking Japanese at the same time, and she wanted to say, well, you know, teach me English. So I was trying to teach her English with her Japanese husband, and you know, and I'd go to their house, and it was fascinating watching myself interact with them, and you know, there was a social situation where he beat her up because there was a problem. Or they fought. But I made a joke of it, and it was the funniest joke. But hopefully things went well. So there was actually quite an interesting interaction there. But I'm watching myself. How do I communicate, and how do I?
Yeah. So when you said fought, did they physically fight, or was it just arguing?
Yeah, it was a physical fight.
Right. Wow.
So you know, it was an interesting situation, and hopefully, you know, things. I don't know what happened to them later on, but in other words, I'm saying that our relationship was just more deeper than, you know, there was a lot going on there, even though we hardly could communicate. So I watched that, and I watched myself again, going around Tokyo and learning how to navigate and looking at the kanji and the katakana and the hiragana, and really helped me understand how, you know, what's language, what's communication, you know, how do people relate to each other besides language and culture, and assuming this way and assuming that way. So it was quite an experience. So I then that was only 4 months, so it was kind of a big turning point. So I went to Irvine to graduate school, and basically started trying to get a PhD in computer science. And so my original interest was in game theory. Write a computer, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. And I wandered around for many years, actually, not doing very well because I was didn't catch the game up very quickly. Whereas a friend of mine, who came in later year, but he had already got a PhD in mathematics, and it only took him 3 years to get his PhD. It actually took me 9 years to get my PhD because I was having too much fun, too much fun, miserable fun, being an academic, basically. But eventually I've had a couple of thesis advisors, and the last thesis advisor, who didn't help me much in the concepts, but it was actually perfect because I did a thesis in using reasoning to learn new words. That was here's my thesis. And basically, what it was is I had watched myself how I learned words and how I learned things. So I then proceeded to basically explain that in kind of more computer terms, but also understanding how the concepts, because again, I've been talking to my father about concepts and words. And I'm now in the process of, trying to make a computer program that would understand natural language. So it was really up my alley, and nobody really else knew anything about it. So I did the thesis. And meanwhile, of course, then I had to I eventually got a job, and so I got a job at Hughes Research Labs doing mobile robotics. Or that's true. I was hired by Hughes to do artificial intelligence, whatever that meant at the time. Basically, what you have to do is you have to create research programs that the Defense Department is interested in. And so I helped a little bit with what's called image processing. And basically, then I started pushing for mobile robotics as kind of an area that I found. I did a little natural language processing. But essentially, mobile robotics was the area that I kind of ferried along, and got some really bright people alongside me that did most of the work and most of the stuff. But that was the push, and so eventually we did the autonomous land vehicle. Is what we did in 1987. I was part of a team that developed the software that we put on this big monster computer, big monster launch vehicle with computers in it that actually navigated through the cross-country terrain from one point to the other with the computer figuring out how to get there, and actually did it. Meanwhile, I was also doing other artificial intelligence, dealing with the Hughes Aircraft Company. Had all kinds of, because everybody wanted to use computers. They said, well, we got to use computers to automate things or do whatever. So I'd go down in the operating divisions and try to sell artificial intelligence. Sometimes it was hard, sometimes it was easy. So eventually, as it turns out, we were successful in the autonomous vehicle stuff. But eventually, the research labs they needed some money. The guy named Smith, I can't remember his first name. He was the brother of Smith of GM. They had bought Hughes Aircraft Company, and basically they needed some. He wanted a little bonus, so he pulled $2 million from the research labs, and as it turns out, I was one of the persons that needed to be moved off. So, meanwhile, of course, the internet was coming. So obviously, I was very much knew about the internet. In fact, a fellow graduate student invented what's called DNS, the Domain Name Service. If you say IBM.com or Keirsey.com or whatever.com or .edu, a fellow graduate student named Paul Markapetris invented that protocol, and also interacted with a guy named Steve Crocker, who was the man that implemented the protocols of the internet, the TCP/IP protocols, and so I knew all about that. And when it had been on the net, the DARPA net.
The defense one.
Yeah. DARPA net. In fact, in 1969, I was in Santa Barbara, University of Santa Barbara, and I remember the IMP processor. The first 4 links on the ARPANET were UCLA to Stanford, and I think Utah, and Santa Barbara. Now, I wasn't involved with it, but I do remember it, knowing that it existed. And then, of course, I basically grew up on the computers and operating systems that were involved in things, of course. And I also remember listening to an article, a guy that created AlohaNet, which is a precursor to Bob Metcalf's Ethernet, and a bunch of other things. So, and I remember also watching or being in a computer conference where my friend said, "Oh, I really like the hardware of the Apple II." Steve Jobs. So, and of course, I knew I followed Bill Gates and Bill Joy and Steve Jobs. I didn't know them personally, but I was in that area. I was in the field, noticing everything. And
what about the Amiga, which was color before the Mac?
And I didn't buy. So I was mostly involved with the big computers. In other words, I was jazzed by Lisp, artificial intelligence, and the PDP-10. Okay, and so they were big computers. So a fellow graduate student, who was probably the brightest of the group, never got his PhD, but he was the smartest. He was playing with what's called the Intel. I think it was the 4004, or it could have been the 8008. I think it was probably the 8008. Okay, and he was programming, and I'm saying to him, "Why you bother with this stupid little, calculator chip, right? There's the big computers." So, and the same thing with Paul Makapetris, the guy that did DNS and ENS systems. I said, databases. I'm not interested in databases. No, network protocols. Not interested. I was interested in artificial intelligence. So I quickly, I was in the whole area, but I didn't see the web coming until 1993, and then I said, oops, whoa, here it's coming, you guys. So in 1993, I was playing with the list machines. They're fantastic machines, and all this kind of stuff. And I was saying, computers are going to take over the world, right? It's obvious, people. They're going to take over the world, right? Okay. In 1993, all of a sudden, I'm querying this new net. There was GopherNet, there was Waze, there was Mosaic. These systems in 1993 were exploring because I was in databases and all that kind of stuff too. And all of a sudden, I got some information from Thailand within seconds. I'm thinking, whoa, how did this happen? I'm getting information instantaneously from across the world. Okay, and I'm thinking, the web is coming. The internet is coming. And that's the time when basically I discovered the book. It's called Complexity. Okay, and because I was searching around, I was always searching for the new ideas and physics and things like that. But also, the fact is, I realized there was artificial life. Because I knew about artificial intelligence, I knew about artificial life. Okay, and then all of a sudden, the book Complexity says, "Hey, there's," and I saw then how the whole world worked. From a scientific point of view. That was kind of like, oh my God, the internet, the web's coming. It's the next level of complexity, and so I went off and did my theory of how the world works. So
do you think the internet will become an artificial life form in the future?
To some degree. I don't think it's going to be the way that people think about it. So, meanwhile, once I kind of realized the connections between the particles and the waves of the quantum mechanics and things like that, and then all the way up to the web, because I had started, going back to biology, and so I was looking at the metaphors or the ways things are doing from the lowest level to the highest level, and basically, that was so. 1995, basically, I came up with this diagram, basically, because I had gone to a conference and realized that my father's stuff of the different people involved is a way of cooperating. So I then got into Lynn Margulis's ideas, okay, and then eventually what happened was in '96, I think, I hit Robert Rosen, and I basically saw how the world works. And so now what I'm doing is comparing different levels of complexity. And of course the web exploded at that time. I knew that that was a Cambrian explosion. I knew it was coming, and I watched it explode. So, but we are the superintelligence. It's as though people say, well, you have the superintelligence, and they're going to be, the robots. I mean, I know a lot about robots, But the answer is no. The robots are, it's the whole system in some sense, right? That basically what it is you can think of companies as being the next level of complexity of the artificial machines with the people. So that, you know, there's a continuum where they're at different levels. So basically, that's the vision. Is that it's not like there's, I don't know whether people know about it, but there's a thing was called the Forbin Project, and of course Star Trek. There was these robots that basically try to take over the world. The answer is, well, actually, it's going to be more insidious than that. It's going to be, you know, computers and humans and animals and the planet, you know, in all its complexity. That's going to be the intelligent systems. So that would be my answer, is that it'll be much more diffuse in its intelligence. So so essentially, yeah. So I basically got laid off in 1995. Had realized, you know, that basically this is going to happen. The internet's going to happen. The web's going to happen. So I then proceeded to create a website for my father's stuff. And basically, for a couple of years, was by myself in Colorado because I moved. And meanwhile, Please Understand Me, his second version, Please Understand Me 2, was going to come out. So yeah, basically, 98. So I basically started putting, advertising the book, you know, but I also had ideas about, oh, you know, we're going to have merging of corporations, you know, corporations are going to, you know, they're going to be created quickly, and then they're going to merge, and sort of like mitosis and meiosis and all this kind of stuff, because I was getting into the biology of the thing, and then, but I also looked at it from an informational point of view. So then I started getting into the math. So I discovered, well, you know, some of the things that I'd come across, you know, besides the cybernetics when I was a kid, I started getting involved into, you know, Ilya Prigoghine's stuff, you know, back into thermodynamics. This is one of his books. It's Order Out of Chaos. So understanding chaos theory and fractals and all the mathematics involved with that. Basically, I did. And of course, then there's Hyper-C, which is how life came onto land. So I was getting the whole stuff of the Margulian approach to evolution, the cooperation, and then
yes,
of course, the Darwinian. The Darwinian, I always knew about Darwin, and you know, was reading about Darwin since I was a kid, but also understanding much more and more details about that. And so there was, you know, there's many other books that I've read. So let's see, because there wasn't anything like that. Oh, so here, you know, basically, yeah. The key, one of the keys was like 1998, 1999, I discovered Life Itself by Robert Rosen. And basically, that explained my father to me. Yeah. I had always been a, you know, bit twiddler, particle understander. You know, but I also understood waves. But I started realizing that my approach, the sort of the digital approach, was insufficient. That it had some problems. Basically, I understood that the gap between quantum mechanics and relativity, that nobody could connect the two. So with that, and also understanding my father and the Gestalt way of understanding things, I started, that was the important thing, was to understand the mathematics and the physics and the chemistry and the biology and the economics and the history of things. So you have to really combine the two. Quantitative versus qualitative. You really have to. You can't do both one without the other. So that's where I'm going now. So then I came back to California and helped with the business advisor team because that was growing, and then learning all about corporations and venture capital and how to ruin companies, how does companies survive, and so eventually came back to California. So
how did you get on during the what was your experience of this is a little bit of a digression, but what was your experience of the tech bubble towards the end of the 1990s, early 2000s, and do you think we're in one now?
I don't know now. We're not in a tech bubble, that's for sure. We might be in a financial bubble. So as it turns out, yes, I was intimately involved with the tech bubble because we were forming the company. We basically formed the company, the advisor team. Okay, I created Keirsey.com in 1996. And it's the initial enthusiasm, Mosaic, and then to Netscape and all this kind of stuff. I'm intimately involved with the explosion of the web because I knew all about it. So I got involved with some people to then basically try to monetize, try to make it a business, because in the beginning it was free. There were millions of people taking the test for free, and I was at a huge website that I was having difficult dealing with. So I basically moved out to San Francisco. In the 2003, 2004. But before that, I was basically starting to interact with people in San Francisco. So I would come to San Francisco, and all hell had broken loose. So one of my colleagues started the company, basically bought the remnants of one of the dead companies that had died. They spent millions of dollars, and then he got the resources for $8,000. So since we were self-funded, we didn't get any funding. We were just self-funded, basically. And so I watched the tech bubble just completely go away. And in fact, a colleague of mine who was intimately involved with the web, and his companies just went south. I got involved. I started talking to him, and so I know all about that. But nowadays, it's not as much a tech bubble as it's a financial. That there was the tech bubble,
Yeah.
In 2001, it was obviously stupid, the way they were funding companies. But then there was 2008, which was more of financial. That was a financial.
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah, I was just going to say. Now, people should talk about it. You've got these companies with these like really high valuations, and they're not making any profit. Just like in the late 90s,
Right.
It's like people's imaginations going off into the future because of low interest rates. Like the perception of time goes all wrong.
Right. Well, it's much more. It's not really in the tech world that a lot of this is. Yes, there are unicorns, and they'll die, but a lot of them are no longer public companies. In other words, they never got to public. Okay, so the unicorns are gonna. Some of the unicorns are gonna die. That's obvious, right? I mean, Andreessen basically is more or less told everybody, they're going to die, and so it hasn't really hit yet. We're not sure, what the consequences are of this thing. It could really get really bad, but it's not as much a tech. It's not the tech bubble. It's more, the general stock market. The tech bubble. The tech bubble was the 2001. It was because of the tech. But 2008 was really, that was basically new instruments, financial instruments in the land thing.
Yeah, I can give people a quick thumbnail sketch of what happened in 2008. The interest rates were lowered by Alan Greenspan in order to make the recession from the early 2000s more comfortable. But what it did is it prevented a proper reorganization, a proper reallocation of resources, and those low interest rates started a bubble in the housing market. And what happened was, and then you have other factors coming in, such as government-guaranteed mortgages from Fannie and Freddie.
Right.
Originators of mortgages then selling them on. So the people that originated the mortgages were sort of incentivized not to. They could be sort of like have people rate those mortgages. They might, they don't really care because they're going to pass them on. Then you get the financial instruments, which were all then dependent upon these mortgages, and then they all package them up into these things, and then they get insurance, and then they sell them on, and then you get all these people who are refinancing their mortgages, and then sort of like once they remortgage it, they have the money, and then they spend it, and then more money is being spent on granite countertops, making the houses, all those sort of things. Went on and on and on, and then eventually the market was collapsing because people's mortgages were getting bigger and bigger and bigger. They couldn't afford to pay them, and so it was all collapsing. And now what we're going to have is the stock market has gone down in the past couple of weeks because they really think that the Fed is going to raise rates, but they're not. Well, they're going to start a new round of QE, and then the dollar will go down.
It's a little more complicated because obviously China is involved with this too. So they have more of a the bubble in China is probably going to have the more effect.
But their bubble is backed by a heck of a lot of production.
Well, the production is the United States is no longer sucking up that. Europe's not sucking up that production. So
because as their currency rises, their own population will consume China's production.
Possible. It's probably not going to be as bad, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. But yeah, the tech bubble and the stock market crash of 2001 was directly the tech really was the lead on that. Yeah. 2008 is not. This time, it's not the tech bubble because most of it's private.
Yeah.
And so it's I mean, actually, the fact is that they won't be hiring as many people in the tech world is a problem, because if the tech world, has a slump, it's going to just add to things. But the primary thing is, that we don't really need many people to produce things. You can use.
Right. Yeah, I'll just mention that right now there's a heck of a lot of debt in all levels, private and public. But let's get back onto you, Dave.
I think that's basically it. So now my interest is in understanding the relationship between what I call quantitative reasoning, which is the standard chemistry, physics, biology, biological stuff, where we do measures, but also the qualitative, which is the more abstract way of thinking about it, more functional in one's reasoning, and trying to combine the two together in a very systemic way. That's my interest. But one of the things, sort of getting back to the personality stuff, the advantage of watching my father create his system, was another example of way of trying to come up with concepts and percepts that, in some sense, both characterize, but also you could, in some sense, you could measure to some degree. And I've realized the problems, the measurement, and also conceptual. How do you come up with these concepts? How do you integrate the different concepts? How do you do different models? Because again, I'm basically a chemist and a thermodynamicist and an electrical engineering. How do you do that? So the fact that I understand my father's qualitative model is important, because I obviously know a lot about quantitative models.
Right. I think what you've been talking about there, it touches on this, and Maria can come in a bit on this, I reckon, is that this is one of the forms of thinking that Viktor Gulenko has come up with. Mm-hmm. And this is more specific for our type. And he does say that our type can alternate between what you were saying with this sort of empirical view, mm-hmm, on the left, where we are taking these complex phenomena and simplifying them into a model, and right, then you got this deductive point of view where you're starting with axioms and postulates, and what I would say a lot of them are false premises, and then you get a theory based off that. And then right, Viktor thinks here, it is worth noting that deductive thinking has always had priority in society over inductive thinking. And so Viktor would call that mentally complicating, mm-hmm, where he started from this, and then he would call this mentally simplifying. So he sees INTPs as mentally architects mentally simplifying the situation. Mm-hmm. And so if we go here to, because this is what I was writing out quickly when suddenly you said, oh, the hangout, oh no, I want to do this. So I was writing this out. Yeah, Halog have this thinking style: attain reliable precision of thought. As negativists, they periodically turn the object of thought to its opposite side. As involutionary types, they sporadically change the angle of examination or criterion of judgment. And he has 4 types which he thinks think like. Oh, yeah, let's talk about the advantages. Then I'll. So this is what you were doing: multi-perspective. As already stated, because this attains a dimensionally holistic and complete depiction. It values simplicity and clarity, avoids pretentiousness. And if we go back to LII, it says here, I love the way he put this. Architect grasps the problem from opposite sides, mentally rotating the situation in 3 dimensions around its semantic axes.
Yes, well, I'm trying to think in more than three-dimensional language, three-dimensional ideas. Talk about four dimensions.
Well, you're the Uber. Well, if we have the profile for you, you're the Uber INTP.
Yes, right.
This is just the normal INTPs.
Right.
And then the disadvantages, and I've noticed these talking to people, is they can't handle it taking multiple perspectives. So it's like,
Right.
But then this first one's quite interesting. Appears too rough, lacking adequate consideration to details, which become important when the process flows smoothly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you're making these, because we make these broad comparisons,
Uh-huh.
and then other people might say, "Oh, that's a bit vague."
Yes.
Saying that this is like that.
Yes.
We need the steps. So, for instance,
Yep.
it's information dense. It's often difficult to decompress. You know, like your article.
Right. Right.
And to outsiders, they may seem void of intermediate links for establishing coherency in their connections.
Right. Well, that's the important thing is you can't ignore what I call the beetle people. In other words, I was a beetle people. The fact is that there are more beetle species in the world than any other species. Yeah. Okay. And so it's important to understand the different kinds of beetles. However, you don't have to know the 10,000 different kinds of beetles, okay? Because you can't keep them in your brain. But it's important to have somebody that really understands beetles. So if you're talking about the beetle species, you know, the different environments of the beetles, you know, why are there, you know, only, you know, 10 beetles in North America, or, you know, let's say 100 beetles in North America, as opposed to the Amazon, you've got, you know, 100,000. You know, you don't have to know the 100 beetles in, you know, United States. You don't have to know the thousands in Brazil, but you do have to understand, in some sense, how these different environments work, and not assume that you know the details and that there's really nothing left in there. So, you know, it's the same thing in physics, right? If you all of a sudden say, well, I've got a theory, okay, that, you know, overturns quantum mechanics, well, you're going to be in trouble because if you don't understand quantum mechanics, okay, and nobody understands quantum mechanics, then you're gonna be in trouble, because you'll say, well, you know, this phenomenon is going to happen, and they'll say, well, no, that phenomenon does not exist. You know, what are you talking about?
You know, they might think someone's doing the hoax.
Yeah, so you have to understand things like the Lamb shift, and, you know, the anomalies of situations. And if you don't understand the Lamb shift, then you probably not understand what's going on.
Right then. Now, getting a little bit back to this kind of thinking, before we get to the profile, people can. So this is the way Viktor defines TI, but we could also like broaden it out and say like TI minus is like what an INTP is, and then the one above is how an architect and crafter. The one above is more like a crafter. So what do you think of those two definitions?
I'm getting back into the Beatles, huh? Okay. So sorry, what you got the ISTJ works efficiently, most economical, working hard. Yeah. Okay, that's the ESTJ. Okay, and then there's the ISTP, just securing the structure that's proven. Well, considering another incorrect. Rationalizing one direct decision separately following your principle. Yeah, I'm not sure would like you to use or stubbornly following your principles, or your, I would call it MO, your modus operandi. The artists and crafters. Yeah, you can use the word principle, okay, but it's a little misleading. So it'd be more follow your modus operandi, ways of doing things through directions. Linear, either or ways of thinking. Yeah. The thing that's the word logic is really abused. So I actually would be like my father, and I would avoid it because everybody's logical, and nobody wants to be not logical. But reality is the way humans think is not not logical in the narrow sense. Again, I've used logic in a very narrow sense because, again, I have in fact, I think I have a book here. I took a course in mathematical logic. Yes, here we go.
Yeah, there we go. So people can see.
Madison, Wisconsin. I took a class which I hated, which I think about all the time. That's the Introduction to Mathematical Logic.
By Mendelssohn.
By Mendelssohn, yes.
Right.
There's another book by Stephen Kleene. As it turns out, I was taught by this grandson of Church, that basically Alonzo Church, along with Turing, basically came up with a way of explaining the problems with logic. His student, Church's student, was a guy named Stephen Kleene, who wrote many books about mathematical logic. And then his student was a guy named Petznick, who taught, or was in the classroom with me where he explained the different notions of logic in their terms. So I understand it from their terms. My good friend, who's a topologist, hates mathematical logic. And I didn't like it, but I understand it to some degree. And that's completely different from the way humans think. And that's what really, I'm reading now a book. It's on William James. And he basically... He basically was confronted with, because one of his friends was Charles Peirce.
That guy.
Yes, his father was Benjamin Peirce, who helped promulgate what are called quaternions, William Hamilton's quaternions, and basically William James said, well, this is all fine and dandy to talk about, truth and such, but that's not the way humans work. So that's why I prefer not to use logic, and the logic of information science, structural logic. So it's a word fraught with all kinds of baggage.
Well, it's probably one of these things where Viktor has to use it because other people in Socionics use the word, and he would probably use a better word if it was up to him.
Yeah. Well, no matter what word you choose, it's got to have some problems. So, reasoning might be a way of talking about it.
Yeah. Plus, it's translation thing as well, because Maria translated this. So that's that bottom one, logic of fractal structure. Do you think that fits? Oh, yes, Maria.
I would say that I completely agree with the term modus operandi for business logic, for what we call business logic. I see it in habits and the habitual way of acting, for instance.
Yeah, business logic is, if you qualify it, human logic, business logic, mathematical logic.
So, Dave, if you give us an alternative for structural logic, we can forward it to Viktor, and maybe he could use it, because we had a hangout, because Maria and I were trying to think of alternative names for these functions in English. It was like really hard.
About structural reasoning. Use reasoning.
What makes the question difficult, in my opinion, is that there are, even according to Viktor, there are 4 different levels of manifestation, like of communication and of manifestation, the personality. It would be informational, psychological, social, and physiological. See, like if we talk about functions anyway, there would be different thesaurus for every function on different levels.
Right. Yeah, I just
different semantic fields.
Semantic areas. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, you could talk about informational reasoning. You could use the word reasoning. I would just suggest maybe just use reasoning as opposed to logic, because
that might offend the other types.
Well, I mean, everybody has reason, right?
Yeah.
So the fact is that the idealists are much better at reading us. The idealists are much better at understanding the emotional. Did you say emotional, or was I've forgotten the 4? So there was informational, there was physical. Okay. Then there was, what were the other 2? Maria?
You mean the levels? Informational,
levels.
psychological, social, and physiological.
Yeah. So idealists are probably and the guardians, guardians and the idealists are much more better at understanding sociological and see, you can see I'm terrible at these specifics, and if I don't know about it, they would be very good at that kind of reasoning, whereas we rationals don't like to do that kind of reasoning. Human factors is a lot. It's just we want it more abstract as opposed to more immediate. So the artisans are very good at sizing up the situation much faster. It's like, okay, they get it. They get what's going on, and the idealists see it from a much more deep level, but could be wrong. Both everybody can be wrong as far as their reasoning is concerned. What's going on? What's going on, right?
You mean that if, as far as using terms for something like abstract reasoners can come up with a good theory, but the way they name it may be offensive for the subject, for instance, in type theory. And that's where the guardians and the idealists can come in handy, right?
No, I wasn't talking about theory. I was just talking about being able to reason, to interact with other people, right? And have a the whole thing is idealists are much better at usually interacting with people.
Yeah.
Interacting with the people and using their reasoning to react the right in an appropriate way. So that's what I'm saying. So you say structural logic, let's say structural reasoning, or sociological reasoning, as opposed to logic, because
Gotcha.
logic implies, modus ponens, modus tollens, deduction, induction, and people are, they're much more complicated. Everybody has what I call the naive, you might call them, a lot of times they say, the common sense models, you hit me, I'll hit you, that kind of simple reasoning, simple understanding of things.
Maria, the word that they use in Russian that gets translated to logic in English, is it a little bit different? Would they be happy with that?
What's the question again?
Oh yeah, my point is, Dave's critiquing accurately the use of the word logic in English, but that's how it's translated from the Russian. I just wondered if it was a little bit different in Russian, the meaning of whatever logic is, whatever has been translated into logic. What word did they use in Russian?
It's like the exact same word, so
right.
There's no difference for that. Can I ask a question to David? If you, of course, it's not a very timely question, but still, before I forget, what do you think are business applications of type theory right now? Is it a promising field or no?
Yes, but it's. I'd say I would characterize it this way: it's a slow idea. The problem, of course, is how do you apply it? So, my colleague, right now, I'm kind of retired, so I've been in this game for what, about for about 10, 15, no, let's see, 20 years basically, 95 to 2015. That's 20 years. So 20 years I kind of tried to, before my father basically published his book and, took off like a rocket, and now there's just so much information out there, and they're, Match.com and things like that. We basically weren't able to do well in the matching game, right? And they're all different kinds of games. So what's been most successful is where the money is. That is the business, the teams in companies. So the business of taking the tests, that's past everybody. Everybody's copied different versions and all that kind of stuff. So that business has gone away. What we started with. So we started basically in '98, and basically the just people taking the test and learning about themselves is not a viable business. Whereas consulting with companies in their teamwork is one of the areas that has been successful. The matching thing, and I can't think of them right now, but there are plenty of other approaches. Obviously the madness stuff. There's no money in that. The pharma, big pharma has basically taken that over. Well, it's just drug people to make them comply. Maybe in 100 years the madness stuff will take over. Might be a viable business. But I'd say the matching business is a lot more. It's a harder thing to do. So in general, I think it'd be extremely valuable. And to me, the interaction between people is could be very, very useful to companies, and that hopefully, you know, that'll develop. To answer your question, is it's not an easy business. It's a messy business because it involves people.
That's something that Socionics has, that these other, because there's this huge theory of intertype relations, and they'll have this like huge table with all of these combinations of, because you're interacting with 16 other types, and of course, then when you start saying, oh, what happens if you have a group of, it's not just one person, but there's loads and all these different and then the complexity and all of that. And these are the sort of things that Viktor has done experiments in. Maybe, Maria, you might have read some of those things about businesses and the groups of people.
Yeah, well, one of the approach we are taking, or I have taken, is focus on leadership. So, because those are the people that have the money, the leaders. And so if they can understand how they lead, right? Because there are 16 different kinds of leaders, and they all, you can't lead, you can't be a Superman in your leading. That's a good approach. So that's really the direction that we've been going. The mating stuff is great, but it's gonna be, it's a complicated problem. Superman ESTJ.
And like Clark Kent's ISTJ.
The Superman, the supervisor guardian, they have their problems in terms of as long as they're in control, they're good, they're fine. But no, human relations is tough. I guess the answer. I think I finished the answer to the question. Basically, there are some businesses that I think teamwork in companies is really the area that's possible right now. Eventually, yeah, it could be a big industry, but it reminds me very similar to artificial intelligence. People, you know, I was trying to make money, or trying to make a career in artificial intelligence, and it was a hard sell, and for various reasons, I basically I was kicked out of that area. You know, nowadays, right, the autonomous car, you know, is big, or going to be big, but there are issues with that. You know, our version was too early, too early to make any money. Same thing with the internet, right? All my colleagues, right, they didn't make a lot of money because you know, if you charged for the main name service, it wouldn't have worked as well. And if you charged for the protocols, you wouldn't make much money, or they wouldn't have expanded. So it's a, you know, I was an accidental businessman, so I should give you that. You know, I'm not a businessman. I tried to ruin my company as much as I could. By stupidity, and I failed because the ideas were too strong.
Yeah, I mean, Dave, that is in the profile so much. In the that we are so weak at that. We have like these, and I love the fact that it's in your father's profile that the architect needs an efficient support staff in order to implement their ideas, capture them, implement them. And that's in Viktor's profile. But quickly, I'd like to know Viktor's definition here. I know you don't believe in functions, but if you think of that as just a definition, like right at the bottom is, do you think INTPs think like that? That logic of fractal structure?
Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, I'm not sure the last sentence. This is the logic of energy, socionics, and
Oh,
the
yeah.
logic of characteristics.
This is
Yeah.
the bit of a dig by Victor.
Yeah.
Is the way he thinks, he calls his the energy socionics, and Victor takes a lot of bits from different sources and combines them, and he puts a little dig at all the other schools of socionics. So he puts their, the linear logic. He says that is the logic of information socionics. So he's like having a little dig at the other ones.
Logic of energy socionics. Gotcha. Okay.
So yeah, now we'd so now if we go to
business logic. Yeah.
You want to look at that? Okay. I'll
so that's the INTJ business logic.
Yeah, more positive.
Yeah, the business logic of the INTJ. That's good. Yeah, that's good.
Right, let me go up to now. This is let's call this transcontextual thinking. NE.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, thing is that Isabel, right? She was very good, and Kretschmer. They basically came up with a couple sentences each for each of the. Well, Kretschmer had basically 4. Yeah. But and Isabel had 16. She put in a couple sentences, like 3 sentences. She had 3 sentences for each of the types. That was it. She pretty good at nailing the 16 types with these kind of like a couple sentences. You get the more and more complicated you get, like my father, the more and more you're starting to cover people, and they're going to be slop over here and slop over there, and what's the cultural factors, and all that kind of stuff to understand, understand exactly in time and age. So the other book I'm reading is on John Conway, who's a mathematician, and it's interesting to read about him. And I've read probably hundreds of biographies or autobiographies now. So you start getting an understanding both the temperament type and the culture and the age of the time.
So these ones is like the most abstract ones. This one at the top, counselor, and this is Maria's type, and I think she said in the previous hangout we did that she doesn't know how to predict bad things going wrong, but she knows how to predict like optimistic things and things going right.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Now.
That's one of the reasons I like to read on like bad outcome stories. I've seen some other people do that too.
She said she likes or doesn't like.
No.
I said I like reading like bad stories about some like disasters happening.
But you can't imagine them easily.
No, I cannot.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, no. The counselor is one of the most optimistic people. They always look for the good in people. Yeah. So that's interesting. Yeah. I would agree with it. Obviously, you know better. But yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
Dave, what I always tell to people, and when I talk to Chris as well, is I said, Enneagram is really good because it teases apart all these nuances and how you can have people of the same type can be so different. So, for instance, Maria is an Enneagram 5, so she has this thirst for knowledge. And Crystal, who you've done a hangout with,
Yeah.
She is an Enneagram 2, and so, and the Enneagram 2 is the person that wants to help, but it's not like an ISFJ that likes to like cook and clean and like not like help. She likes to help in terms of like in like an INFJ way. Sorry, in a counselor way of like helping people psychologically and helping with their like personal problems. So that kind of help.
Mm-hmm.
So the motivations can be slightly different, and then you can have a counselor who's an Enneagram 4, and that would be the type that is more to, like, say, novelist, self-expression, wanting to be original.
Yeah. Well,
those kind of things.
Given Maria, she has. So Ben says that you actually did a master's thesis in quantum mechanics and thermodynamics.
It was in thermochemistry, but the thesis had applications of quantum chemistry as well. Actually, I was almost dropping out of chemistry until I discovered thermodynamics. It was like a new life for me. It was so fascinating.
Well, I should, I think I talked a little bit about the. To me, that was a complete, beautiful disaster on chemistry. Of course, I hated the experimental part of it. They were redundant. I had done it many times, and I just really hated the experimental part of it. The quantum mechanics I didn't understand. It bothered me. But eventually I came back to it. But the thermodynamics, I learned a big lesson, and that was I never had a problem with tests. But this test I took, first dynamic class, is the guy loaded the questions, the tough questions, in the first page, and I proceeded to try to answer them, and proceeded to get gutted. I got an F on my midterm, and luckily I was able to get a C because I think I got a B on my final. But it was a gut-wrenching thing, and also I really had difficulty with thermodynamics. As I can imagine, I don't know whether did you have the same situation? I mean, how did you, when you said you really loved thermodynamics, does that feel natural to you, or did you?
I think I found some like psychological truth lying with thermodynamics, because the paradigm of thermodynamics is some sort of ideal world when nothing's hurried, everything is balanced, and like nobody's rushing anything, nobody's pushing anything. So that's the kind of paradise for me. It's like all the processes flow the way they are supposed to, not in a rushed or hurried way.
Okay, that's completely interesting, different perspective on it. But yeah, okay, that makes a lot
I remember the absolutely brilliant textbook by Peter William Atkins on I think it was on thermodynamics, and it said at the beginning that the author thinks that thermodynamics should be taught to humanities students as the way to extend their horizons. Or maybe it was not in a textbook, it might be in his book The Second Law, which is also a great resource, and which I also read at some point. Not that I really remember it very well, but it was a great book to have. But I think that's a really good example of the how left types can be like simplifying complex issues in the way that Sir Atkins made such complex science understandable to the beginners, to the people who had no special training in the math. It was really explained through simple examples.
Yeah, no, that the way of understanding, thermodynamics in in conceptual terms, I would say, is actually fairly simple. Obviously, the details will kill you in the mathematics, you know, understanding entropy, and because they use the Greek entropy, and because actually in Russian maybe they got a better terms. We have entropy and I can never pronounce it, enthalpy, the whatever, and the mathematics is very difficult. But the understanding of flows, to me, the notion of equilibrium and non-equilibrium, that's why I love. In fact, I've got Mr.
Yeah, I think the notion of equilibrium just changed my world.
Oh, see, I understood. I don't have it here. I have. Yeah, I have Prigoghine's book. Oh, I did. Yeah, I showed people Prigoghine's book, but but
I happen to have been to his lecture, but it was kind of over my head a little bit.
Yes. Yeah, no, I understand completely. Yeah, so here's
just click on that box. Yeah.
Interesting book. So Robert Rosen, he's not a thermodynamicist, okay, but he understands physics in some sense, and so the whole thing in regards to, again, there are different models of how things work, and thermodynamics is one of the basic ways of thinking about it. Just like using basic math, right? You got algebra, you got geometry, you got trigonometry, you got topology, you got group theory, yada 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 yada. It's different ways of looking at things, and anticipatory systems that Robert Rosen wrote is really a very more of a rational way of thinking about it, but the basic concepts are very simple, and that's getting back to Wiener, the notion of feedback, but not only in time but also in information. So Rosen basically explains a lot in what's called anticipatory systems, and that's one of the key books that I read that helped me, get back to thermodynamics. But again, there's this issue of the general ways of thinking, which I think Maria is probably, she got it from a very conceptual point of, very high-level conceptual point of view, and it's a good way of thinking. But then you have to get into the details of, there's nonlinear systems versus linear systems in equilibrium and non-equilibrium, and it's kind of complicated, and of course you can get into the math of it too.
So Maria talks a lot about left types and right types, and the left types are more, as luck would have it, the ones on the left where they're more involutionary and mentally simplifying, and the right types will mentally complicate from the axioms and postulates, and I think it was the left types are result types and the right types are process types. And this is a big thing in Viktor's system that Maria knows more about than I do, because she can read Russian.
On the practical plane, I would say that the best popularizers of science are the involutionary types, because of their capacity for making complex things simple. And some of the scientific biographers, which would mostly be ENFP, and some of the best textbook authors, which would be INTP. I was also fortunate with professors of the architect type who are really good at lecturing and can make pretty much anything exciting.
Really? My experience.
Well, some people would say they're boring as hell, but for me it was exciting.
Yeah. Well, my experience with professors has been that some of the best teachers are science teachers and math teachers, and some of the worst teachers are math and science teachers. So that obviously, it's real. If you can get somebody that's a great science lecturer, it's just amazing. I can listen to the Feynman and other people. Is great. That's what I've listened to Feynman many times and listened to his lectures over and over and over and over again. Whereas one of the worst guys that I ever taught linear algebra and probability. Of course, maybe it's my problem too. They were just terrible teachers.
So Dave, this is how Viktor conceives Maria's type, and this is so this would be the counselor, and so she's got, and part of her model is that she has this TI launcher, so it's like these complex ideas, but it's like, well, she can explain herself. Maria, how exactly are you stimulated by TI, and where do you need help? And because it seems to be this. Yeah, go on.
Just regarding what I was just talking about, the brilliant lecture for me would have really good definitions and very accurate wording, and that's what my INTP professors would be good at. They would give minimal detail and really good definitions, and they knew they were good at it.
Mm-hmm.
They would not be overburdening with too much information, but they would make things really clear. So that makes you really eager to work further on the material.
Yeah, no, I would agree. Yeah.
One more thing with the architect type of teachers is that they're, with their creative intuition of time, they can be really patient. They would wait for the student to come up with the right word, and they would not rush or frighten the people. So that was also good for me.
Right, there we go.
Yeah.
So I would say that my best mentors would be the architect side.
Yeah. In the United States, a lot of the best lecturers are more inventors. The INTPs, they tend to stumble over their own words. Masterminds are very good teachers.
Well, United States kind of seems to value the emotional part and trying to like be exciting and unique and so on. So maybe that's not the part that INTP architect likes to play. They would just do a very good job presenting the material.
Yeah, well, I would imagine. Interesting. I did read quite a few books on Russian base, but the most recent one I read was on the teaching of mathematics through what's his name, Gregory Prosen. That was a fascinating book. Maria Gessen, Masha Gessen, wrote a book on Gregory Perelman. It was fascinating to understand the way they were teaching or developing mathematics in Russia.
Right. Dave, so far I've asked one of Viktor's 4 questions, and if I don't ask them all, he'll say, "Why didn't you ask them all?" So
Okay.
the next one, you might have answered a bit of this already, but this might be another long answer. Please tell us about your interests and hobbies.
My interests and hobbies are basically the same as what I've been doing now.
Great.
I guess what I haven't really covered is the understanding of history. So in some sense, I've read a lot of history, and so getting back to some of the things that I really kind of didn't touch on. Okay, so as it turns out, I did marry a Thai, and so I was exposed to the Asian cultures a lot more than the normal European kind of thing. So most people, know a lot about Europe. I actually didn't know much about Europe. I've been to England, and I've been to the continent, but not really. I mean, basically, I've got involved mostly with the Thai society. Was, got involved. I've been in Thailand many times, so I know the history of the Southeast Asia, of Japan, of China, and so that one of my, I guess you could say, hobby is history, but also obviously the history of everything. That includes the evolution of the planets and things like that, but definitely history. So actually also very fascinated by Russian history. So like I read, one of the first biographies I read was Peter the Great, and I think he was a mastermind. And I've read Yeltsin's biography or autobiography, Gorbachev's autobiography, and so yeah, that's one thing. It's kind of history. I'm fascinated by history. Hobby, financial markets. It's kind of a hobby. I have to deal with that. See what else. So I guess that's it. What was the hobbies and what interests and hobbies? Yeah. So
yep.
So basically, yeah. I enjoy traveling now. I'm getting worse and worse on it. Oh, the monster group. Yeah, well, to me that's like work, but also interests. It's like the great thing about being retired and being an architect rational is that what your interests and hobbies are is pretty much the same thing as your work, even though I'm retired. So the monster group obviously is a way of understanding the world. It's another way of understanding things. So I've really concentrated on that particular group. It's a very specific group. It's 2 to the 46 times 3 to the 20th times 5 to the 9th times 7 to the 6th times 7 to the 6th times 11 to the squared times 13 to the 3rd times 17 times 19 times 23 times 29 times 31 times not 37, 41 times 47 times 59 times 71. That's the number of elements in the order of the group. So you can see I know a lot of details.
That's a lot.
That people say, well, you memorize some particular thing. Well, obviously I've memorized some facts about that particular thing. So it's one of my Beatles that I study because it's the largest finite simple group. And so
is it still a number bigger than all the grains of sand in the world?
I don't know how many grains in the grain. Probably similar as far as it's a lot. It probably more than as in the Earth. I really don't know. It's hard to compare those things. But yeah, but it's simple because, like I described it to you, I said it's the largest simple group in this largest simple group, finite simple group. Sorry, largest finite simple group. There are infinite groups that you can. There are groups that have, but it's a way of understanding symmetry and action. So then I'm basically look at details and numbers and understand numbers to actually I'm not as precise as my fellow mathematician topologist. He's much more precise. I tend to wander off, and do that, stupid things, like think stupid thoughts and wrong thoughts. But it gives me kind of an anchor to try to understand how the world works, because it's so independently related to well, the information. So the other part of me, right, is I think in terms of information, and now I'm starting to create no words. So because the words that we have now are overloaded or don't express things. So like edge of chaos, edge of order. Well, is there a word for that? And no, it's hard to do, explain those things. So like talk about contradicting concepts like good, bad, and bad, good. You really want to talk about more complicated objects than, the extremes. Without two extremes, you have no middle, and you don't have two middles. And without...
Sorry, I made a connection there just when you said that, as to when you were talking about extremes, a lot of the dichotomies in typology, or this either-or situation where they don't consider the middle. Right.
And yeah, and you obviously do. And in fact, you have to start talking about, crossing this, you have to do more of the Hegelian approach, right? This polarity, and then you have the polarity on that polarity, so that now you go into one dimension, right? One polarity, 2 dimensions, 2 polarities, 3 dimensions, 3 polarities, 4 dimensions, 4 polarities, okay? And the interaction between the continuous and the discrete. So, it gets really complicated as you know, right? So you have all these different dichotomies or polarities, and then explaining what's in the middle or what's in the cross. So studying the monster, as it turns out, I told you the number of elements in it.
Hello.
I cited all the prime numbers, right? Well, as it turns out, there are only 15 supersingular primes. 2, 3, and I could, go to the ones, and 37 is not a supersingular prime. And understanding what a supersingular prime is really understandable. And it has to do with symmetry and continuous versus discrete. And do you add things, or you multiply things? Do you subtract things? Do you divide things? All this whole thing. Associative, commutative, distributive, all this mathematical stuff. So that's one of my interests, and also my obsessions. So you asked, what are my hobbies and obsessions? And
Yes.
What are my hobbies and what are my obsessions?
Wow. You see, when you talk there about dimensions, is they have this thing in Socionics that was created by Grigori Reinin called Reinin's pyramid, and you might be interested in it from a mathematical point of view, and I was just trying to find the actual diagram, And while I'm doing that, you could answer a third question is, what do you think your strengths are?
My strengths, seeing things from many different perspectives, points of view, and my ability to see patterns, abstract patterns. So that's some of my strengths. What else? I'm nice. Normally, I appear nice. Because of my mother. She was such a beautiful. She still is a beautiful Pollyanna person. I have an optimistic person. I'm an optimistic person in general. So people say that I'm a nice person. I wish I wasn't.
Do you ever feel like your niceness gets in the way of you doing some work you like?
Yes, I am accommodating. Yeah, I try to accommodate people, and so yeah, I would normally, but luckily the older I get, the more I'm relaxed in terms of, I'm more tolerant. I'm a pretty tolerant person. I'm pretty patient, and I can use that now because I can think about my things wherever I am. So as long as people don't give me a hard time because you're not paying attention, thinking about something else, I'm good.
Oh.
So,
Oh, did you just? Yeah, go on.
So, do I want my weaknesses now?
Yeah, yes, you predicted it.
Okay.
That's the fourth question is weaknesses.
Pretty good at weaknesses. So I don't do anything. I basically am more of an armchair person. Let me think about it. So that's my weaknesses. So I'm not very good at implementation of things. I've got brilliant ideas. Just a couple of days ago, a guy I've been talking to, and he basically came up with an interest in a particular way of doing things, and I said, "Oh my God, this is fantastic." Because we could now, we can implement it. And it's the idea of basically tying the world's knowledge together by category theory. And I had come up with that idea long time ago. It's like, I'm going to do is I'm going to program category theory in the computer, and I'm going to connect it with all the world's knowledge, and we'll do machine learning and blah blah blah. Use Hinton's stuff and all this kind of great stuff, but the thing is, it's a lot more complicated than that. So, go back to my monster group. So a lot of the, I've all these ideas, had a lot of these ideas that that eventually people implement. I mean, let's see, what are some of the things? I mean, I predicted that every galaxy would have a black hole in it, and I knew that about, I'd say, 10, 15 years ago.
Did you do that based on the effect of the gravity? That you knew there must be something? How did you do it then?
Basically, I looked at the evolution of the universe and said, well, okay, how is it going to work? How is it going to work? Well, in some sense, the galaxies had to have a black hole in the center. It's just like you know, that's the way I think the system evolved. Now, obviously, trying to prove that and writing a paper about that, well, there's minor details. Minor details. So, bottom line is, you know, I've got all these brilliant ideas, and people, you know, eventually come up with them, you know. I mean, so, but luckily, you know, there are times when I say, hey, you know, the internet's coming. You know, the thing is, I have a lecture, that diagram I showed you, I presented that in, I think, January of 1995, and I was laid off in, like, March. So I said, the internet's coming! The internet's coming! And
that one?
Yeah. I created that in, I think, December of 1994, and presented somewhat like early 1995, and by the middle of 1995, I was in Colorado. Moved, yeah. So
you might actually be interested in the mathematics. Are there any more weaknesses you want to talk about?
Let's see. Wait, no, I've got thousands and thousands of weaknesses.
Well, we can
yeah,
sort of go through
I'm sure
yeah,
people, you know, talk to my ex-wife. I'm sure she could tell me.
Tell
you.
We could sort of go through it when we go through the functions, but just from a mathematical point of view, I'm just wondering if you're interested in this, just from the actual mathematics of it.
I don't see much mathematics. I see a bunch of triangles and things like that. Corner, face triangle, interturning 24 times. It's interesting. Independent trait, dependent traits. Knowing two traits, tried gives a three. Yeah, I don't see much mathematics, but it might be interesting. I might check it out. I've done many of these kind of diagrams. They're you know, kind of visualizing things.
Yeah.
That's kind of thing.
Probably an INTP.
Yeah. Static, dynamic, judicious, ask her to declare. Yeah, I mean, again, when I say that I'm interested in mathematics, I actually literally do know some, you know, calculus and.
Yeah, I've seen your Google Plus page. It's full of advanced mathematics videos.
So so this kind of stuff is little. These kind of diagrams are amusing. As it turns out, I spent a lot of time in my life, right? When it's going to Hughes Aircraft Company, right? You have to go out and sell your ideas. So I would generate view graphs like this.
Right. So now we can eventually get onto the model of, and so, okay, Viktor has, he conceives it as there's like externalities, internalities, and I'll let you have a read of that and see what you think. We talked a little bit about this off air, and in previous hangout. This idea when we talked about when you're in range of someone, like when you're on your territory, you get a little bit. What do you call it? You didn't call it freaky. You called it flaky. About talking about lots of different things and digressing because you're in your comfort zone.
Right.
Whereas this idea is, I think, can you see it okay?
Yeah, yeah. The externalities. Looks interesting. So basically, this one row, let's say management, creative role. These are the preferences in some sense. So the TI So
It's front, yeah.
So TI is so this big row, this TINI FI SI is what?
Yeah.
What person is this?
It is, and then this is for your type.
Oh,
This
INTP,
is the idea that
INTP.
so that you've got maximum energy for, let's say, reasoning at like far range. So society will see you as Dave the brain box, the reasoner, and then when people get closer to you, the idea that you, let's call NE transcontextual thinking, flakiness, finding connections, talking about lots of different subjects.
Right.
So
let's go back to so fourth is launcher.
Yeah.
Input, I did it. Data collection. Yeah, I guess data collection in the kind of mundane way. I mean, obviously, I think the INTP or the architect rational, we are pretty good researchers. In other words, we're constantly, like reading books. Here's a book. Here's a book. Here's a book. I got thousands and thousands of books, right? So that the question is, what does that mean? Data collection, or does that mean just writing down the numbers kind of thing?
What Viktor did is he saw this 4-step model within the TOTE model. Are you familiar with the TOTE model? Because you're an NLP.
No. Okay, test. O is operate. Okay, test, operate, test, exit. Okay, TOTE model. Fixed a future goal. Evidence for the achievement of the goal. Flexibility means and accomplish the goals. Test. So you go test, operate, test, exit. Okay, let's go from there.
So you sort of like you do something, see how it goes, have a judgment. Oh, did it work? Am I satisfied? And then if you are satisfied, you exit. And if you're not satisfied, you sort of like try again, do something else. So it's like that combination of like trial and error, maybe, or not so much trial and error as thinking, I'll try this, or I'll try that. Then you have a judgment. And Viktor saw, he looked at lots of different models, and in fact it might help if I show you this, because you'll actually probably be interested in, so I'll just stop that and I'll show you the different models. I think Maria translated this as well. Charges, not charges. Right, thank you, Maria, because she translated this. And this is like the whole, because Viktor's INTP, he like shows how his system is based on all these other ones. Yeah. So I'll right, extra stuff. That should be this one. Right. So this was rationale behind Model G, and he broke it down into. You've probably heard of George Mead.
Yes, I'm very familiar with George Mead.
And then this one, and then this would be a Russian guy, or gal, Anochkin. And then the TOTE model, and then Viktor says any self-regulatory activity has these stages.
Okay, self-regulating activities. Okay. So then there are two ways to graphically represent this model.
I'll just move that down a touch. And then this is how it was done in Socionics. Like Model A is, they do it like that, and then he does it like this.
Right.
Okay,
so this is not an issue of preference then. Go back to the original model.
Yeah.
It's a process. It's more of a process.
Yeah, preference is in there as well as a sort of a way to get at it. Like, he doesn't really do he doesn't do an inventory. Like, he does what we're doing now, like where I asked you the 4 questions, and based on your answers, he will like look at. So, for instance, the way you've answered all these questions pretty much shows that you use that how Viktor defines structural logic or structural reasoning. Viktor going, yes, he's LII. He's doing all the behaviour matches, all the reasoning matches, all of the interests, all of that kind of thing. So he's not sort of asking questions like, at a party, do you talk only to a few people or many people? It's like, because he's like looked at, like you, he'll look at different philosophers and how different people think and all these different things. And then what did he do? Then he talked about. Right. This is interesting. You might be interested in this. Is the hierarchy of parts, and he thinks the sosion or whole of society. And you've talked about this before about with role enactment, that the context that the person's in and their environment very much affects their role enactment.
Yeah, of course.
With Viktor, he sees the way the information is organized in his model is replicated through, not so much replicated, paralleled in interaction between people of a certain type. And so he can see the way that they perform a task or the way information flows, and he'll say, oh, that is paralleled in this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is something that Maria's a little bit skeptical of, but this is this thinking of going on to different scales of maybe it's quite a complicated benefit relation, because I'm going to need Maria's help to do a video on it. It'll probably be the last one we do when we do intertype relations, because it's very complex. So then we go to, of course it's writing, then we talk about what is, and then I sort of like introversion, extroversion. Oh, then he talked about, so then what I did is I took all this information here, oh yeah, and he did this diagram, and I thought that third one looked like Maria, because these pictures is used for, and I think this is like, so like that's the management one,
right?
So this is like NE for us. That's the thing we really like. We think we're Superman at, like transcontextual or
and NE.
INF.
Can you explain
NE is transcontextual thinking. Transcontextual thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll call it that, because that's what Dario's research says that NPs were best at. So we might as well say, let's just call it what they're best at: transcontextual thinking, something that we can observe. So that's okay. So then I tried to simplify that, and I simplified something else as well. If I go back to the tote diagram, then I can show you the model. Right, the model is. Well, it will actually help to explain if I give you these top 2 functions. No, actually, you'll probably like the model more. So if we go to the model first, right, this will be the model.
Okay, so this thing right here. So you have the NI, FI, STI.
Yeah, that's
then
the Maria.
Then the 7, and then you go 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so there is some interactive kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a much more dynamic model than just, oh, this is your first preference, this is the second preference.
Yeah, and he also has a thing where people can have what he calls functional accentuation. So basically, they have a stronger function than what they should have. So, for instance, you can see an outgoing architect, or as you've mentioned, an inventor that is more reserved. And less more reserved than you, and you're supposed to be the introvert in quotation marks.
Right, right.
So this was my version of transcontextual, where I'm like explaining the model in relation to the tote model. I don't know, is that clear at your end, or do I need to zoom in a bit?
Well, I can see the basic thing, but I can't read the stuff.
Right, I'll go in a bit. There we go. Oh. Yeah, and I put that bit in at the bottom about macro states because, yeah.
Okay, so he says young MBTI dominant tote model operate.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is what you put together?
Yeah, based on, I added the, well, I used the tote bit because Viktor put the tote, you know, in that article where he mentioned the tote model, and so I thought, okay, I'll put that in, and then that bit from Dario is because I'm also in communication with Dario, and I've got his book, and Maria's got his book as well. So, but yeah, I like doing these diagrams so that to help explain things to people. And then what we noticed here with this function is because this is where it gets weird in that based on the actual brain data, it's very clear what the first function is in someone's activity. So for instance, this one, and also this research that Dario's done here is like backed up by. So, for instance, if you go and look at parietal lobe and all the things it does, if you'll know temporal lobe is associated with language. Occipital lobe is associated with the visual cortex, and prefrontal is associated with complex reason. All of these sort of things. So it's not like Dario's pulling it out of his backside. So these areas are so when it's the top function. It's like it's pretty easy to like do it. It's then difficult. So then you've got these models where, so for instance, MBTI will say that Maria is introverted intuition followed by extroverted feeling, and but Viktor would say it's introverted intuition then introverted feeling. So there's a little bit of a confusion over the second function, but it's quite clear when it's the top function. And this one here, attend to social feedback, region T5, that is very, very active for the guardians. Extremely active for the guardians. And so you have an interesting situation with the ISTJ where, and I noticed this in my mother, where she's not very expressive and she's psychologically closed, but she's extremely attentive to social feedback.
Right.
And so there's a difference there between the FE part, which is like reading other people's emotions and being socially attentive, and then the other half, which is like being able to express your emotions and change other people's emotions.
Right.
And your mother, I'm thinking, would probably be very good at that because she was a teacher idealist.
Yes.
And of course, back of the brain. This is extremely active for the composer and for the crafter. What else? It's not very active for, except for this one, O1, occipital 1, is a little bit active for INTP. You see, Dario might kill me if I showed those slides because he'd say, hey, I want people to buy the book. But he'll let me show this one.
A lot more books have been bought. He hasn't got many books bought. So.
Well, he might be listening to this, Dave. He has his own publishing.
That's fine. You know, that's whatever. You know, whatever floats people's boats. I know. You know, it's
yes.
You got to remember, I'm retired now, so.
Yeah. Well,
you know, whatever.
So this one here is quite interesting. Is he noticed the difference between SJs when they look into the future? They sort of like have one or two possibilities, like off into the future, but like the NI type people, like INTJs, they would have like more and more possibilities looking off into the future, and so there would be a lot of activity between these two regions, P4 and T6, whereas the SJs would just have activity in T6. And then, of course, here, we can agree that region T4 is to do with hearing, voice, tone, and weighing intent. And on the other side, it's to do with diction and parsing sentences. Those types with FI, so like INFP, so, oh dear, what's that? Healer, I think, INFP. Very strong activity here. And F8, that region is associated with ethics and all the stuff about like idealists. Very active, that part of the brain in the healer. This part of the brain on the other side, and of course this is all for right-handed people. Dario observed that for left-handers, 50% of it is like a mirror image, but then like the other left-handers are like all over the place. And it's like there's no real patterns to discern. And so yes, he noticed, and as you can see, and he matched up the activities. So even if you take functions out of the equation, these are the parts of the brain that are associated with these things that other people, that other scientists agree with. So, and then he did a table, this table. And then what I did was, in the individual chapters, it says that he talks about the Jungian cognitive function and then relates it to the cognitive process. So I've added those notes to simplify things. But this isn't just me making it up. There's actual things in chapters. So, I mean, what's interesting here is ESTP is very active in F4, I think. No, this one, F3, deductive analyst. Very strong activity in ESTP.
Well, again, we suspect that Fisher, right? Bobby Fischer was an ISTP. For a long time, my father and I just thought, well, you know, all chess players had to be rational. And the answer is no.
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 Tactics.
Tactics, yeah. Yeah. He's able to figure out the tactics, long-range tactics. That's the thing is, you know, Patton was so good at long-range tactics.
Just thinking of Patton, Victor wrote something about, oh, where's it gone? Here it is. Because he wrote something about the way, yeah, go on, Maria.
I just wanted to say that it was my observation that ESTPs are like closet INTPs, and everybody has their supervising type inside them very strongly. I mean, not the supervisor, but the supervisory type. So that's why I said they're like ESTPs are closet analysts.
That's interesting, because my father's ESTP, and he would like give me these Mensa questions when I was like a teenager, and like 13. It's like, these are hard, but just about. Like he'd give me one. Oh, I don't want to go through them now, but we'd end up digressing. But what do you think of this idea? The way, I don't know if you can read my writing because I wrote this quickly, but about how the way that the promoter thinks in battle. So someone like Patton.
Yeah. 5, 2, 2, 3 facets. Frontal. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you. I mean, I wouldn't know what the promoter thinks. I couldn't tell you. You know, how they think.
I think it's kind of hard to get into their head, but if you see a movie like Master and Commander, you can see that they consider the like different perspectives, like how something will be like not just the enemy point of view, but also the group point of view. They're pretty good at considering the team effect of their decisions.
Really? Okay. It's a good question. You know, so how does the promoter think? I haven't really thought that much. You know.
Well, Jeff, next time we have a hangout with Jeff, we could talk to Morgan about this because he's like Jeff's son.
Yeah.
And he's like, you know, he's very bright.
Justin Fowler is one of the smartest promoters that I know. He understands temperament of law.
Yep.
So he probably answer this question. Maybe, I don't know.
Dave, you've looked at a lot of because you've studied this subject of neuroscience, and so what do you think of this? And you might. I haven't read much about the subjective neuroscience. I've more the the down to the neurons, more of the actually mostly neuroscience I know is Steve Grossberg. It's like the neural net kind of stuff. It's true. I've Labette, all those guys as far as, but I really have I have not read what's his name Dario?
Darius.
Dario?
Yeah, I haven't read that stuff, so I don't really couldn't. I don't think you're getting out of my depth here.
Right. Are these codes here for the brain regions? Are they standard codes? Because Dario said that they were on the EEG machine.
Yeah, I can't remember the details. I mean, obviously know the as you said, I know the parietals, right? The occipitals.
Yeah.
Frontal, but I don't know enough of the details or remember. I mean, I've read, like you said, I have read a lot of stuff, but I don't remember. It's like you keep putting the NEs and the NIs and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, I kind of get a sense, but you always have to translate it for me because I can't remember the specifics. Yeah. So.
Maria's got the book as well, so you can chime in.
I remembered something about the ESTPs because we needed a good example. I think when I see an ESTP talking on the phone, they're equally concerned about what the person they're talking to will hear and what the person which is standing right by will hear. They're always trying to take care of both, which is amazing because not everybody would be multitasking.
Yes. No. The promoters do. They are constantly listening to you, although it's more the emotional aspect to it, because when they're really trying to get you to do something, right, and they know that you're kind of resisting, they'll just kind of keep pushing through. So it's like they're listening, but they're not receptive. They're thinking, okay, you blocked me that way. Oh, he blocked me this way. Okay, can I go in between? Can I go in between the two blocks?
Yeah, it's like one-sided receptiveness. They're receptive to as much as they need to kind of turn you on to something.
Yeah, they're looking for open field. They're looking for a crack. so they can just go right through, right? So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, as soon as you give them a little crack, you know, they're in that slot. You know, it's like the running back. It's like, okay, I'm running, and I got to get to that goal.
I gotcha.
And it's like, okay, if they see you, you know, this guy's blocking here and this guy's blocking there, and it's like, okay, is there any way I can get to the goal?
That is amazing, because I once came up with the same metaphor, that they're looking for a crack in the wall.
A crack in the wall. They're looking at, you know.
Right.
Analogy.
So just to show this is not just people looking at this going, oh, that's phrenology. What's interesting is the sensing functions tend to be whole brain states, and what he found, what was very interesting is when Dario looked at the artisans, their brain states were in a very low energy state. So from an EEG point of view, it looked like there wasn't much going on.
Mm-hmm.
But so what would happen is, so it fits the idea of when you observe an artisan where they can be bored out of their brains when they're not engaged, but then as soon as they're engaged in something, they are switched on and the most in the zone of all the temperaments.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're like, boom, they're on, they're in the zone. And so he noticed that with the SE types, and so you really have to stimulate them. And so they had, and he was saying that as a very, so he used the metaphor of the tennis player that's hopping on their toes and ready to receive the ball, so they're ready to react.
Well, like, again, my father would, he would make a little more general. He'd just say the artisans and, of course, the guardians are observant people. They're very observant.
Yeah.
And what they observe is quite different from what we observe, of course.
Yeah, and now for the Christmas tree, what he thought, and Luke was at it, this actually looks like a Christmas tree, he did it as like the idea of the Christmas tree lights flashing on and off asynchronously, and that was, now, one of the things I noticed is that the models have these functions as equal, but in my opinion they're not. So for instance, the artisans are in their tennis hop pattern more often than we, Dave, are in the pattern of finding connections and thinking transcontextually, because we're not doing that all the while, whereas artisans are in their brain states more often, and that's probably why that state is so determinative, and why you have the SP grouping is because that is so important.
Right.
Whereas for us, we're not in this NE state a lot, because what happens here is the idea that you will think of something, so part of the brain will recall something, so part of the neocortex will recall something, and then it stimulates something else, so then this stimulates this and that and this, and it's all these different areas switching on and off, to use a metaphor, asynchronously. And Dario noticed that is very calorie intensive, that pattern.
Yeah. Well, I noticed, you know, I was in Dunedin just recently, and basically I was, you know, we were just kind of waiting to go to the airport, and I had a book that I hadn't cracked open yet, you know, but I brought it along just for, you know, if I had some time, and I felt really, so I started reading it. It was on the geometric algebraic encoding, or something like that. Basically, it was a math science, computer science book, mostly math. And I noticed this when I'm reading. So I'm reading this, okay, and it's extremely exhausting. It's like, you know, I really can pay attention to the fact that, okay, I'm reading, and I'm like only reading a couple paragraphs, and I'm just God, it's like climbing a hill. It takes that concentration because it's basically engaging everything. But it'd be interesting to do it because obviously, like when I'm wandering around, let's say I was in Siem Reap, which is in Thailand, right? And we're going to Angkor Wat, and I kind of was noticing all kinds of things because it reminded me of Bangkok, in the 70s, and so I was also attentive in some sense, but it wasn't that I was concentrating on this mathematical stuff. It was just like I was it was just it's like when you go see a beautiful place. Oh yeah, you see the parallels and see the differences. So that second version, where you're not concentrating on codes and this formula and this representation and blah blah blah, as opposed to I see the canals, I see the water buffalo, I see the old ruins, I see the thuts and all this kind of stuff, and it's like, okay, you're incorporating the experiences previously, but in an abstract way. So there might be two modes in terms of how our brain works. It'd be interesting, Dario could capture that, because I suspect that if when I'm looking at a math book that's extremely difficult, that there would be more of a concentration, but exhausting, like you said.
When I'm looking at stuff like this typology stuff, I'm looking for connection. See, that says this in Keirsey, Viktor says this, and I'm looking for the connections in order to find a greater understanding. And that actual effort of, it's not that it's because I really like it, and it's like you get the buzz of it, and like you said, when you're like bouncing from idea to idea, and ENTPs really do it, it's just that that gets very tiring, and so that sort of, but that actual state is not that long in a day, whereas with artisans, they're in their mode, so it's like, so we could say that function is more determinative of their overall character. So the thing that makes them an artisan, than, so for instance, we get put under NT rather than NP, because what we're doing all the while is thinking. We're thinking far more than we're doing. Dario gave a really good explanation for the functional basis of the Keirsey-Behrens temperaments, but I can't release it right now. It's going to be in future, but it was a fantastic explanation as to why your groupings are correct from a functional point of view. Right, so this is how Dario defines the function. Dario is the best person at defining the functions. Dario and Viktor. So it's like, these were my scores. Were really low. For SE, I've got 0. You're probably about like this for me, for you as well. There's my score for extroverted sensing.
Yeah. So, is Jeff just ping me, but want to come in?
You can join if he wants. He can join if he wants.
Okay. Well,
if you,
he probably listens. I don't know whether he's listening to it or I don't understand exactly how the things are working.
Okay. I can send it. I can send the link to him. Oh, this on the wrong thing. Right, copy. Right. Just got to. Right. Hopefully this doesn't break it. I'm going to open up Google Chrome and then I'm going to send him the link through. I'll just rearrange that so you can see it. There you go. I'll just rearrange it a bit more so you can see the top 4. So I think Dario and Viktor define the functions very well, and sort of like it will give you something that is less vague than you get from all these teenagers.
Those are good definitions, but very different.
It's slightly different. The SI is slightly different, yeah.
Taking risks for rewards with Viktor, it would be ME.
Ah. Well, we will cover that in Hangouts. Alright, okay, here we go. Right, okay, here we go. Right. I'll send that to... Right. Send that to Jeff. Jeff, and you should be able
to... He says
oh, right. Gotcha. Right, I'll just send... Oh, I'll post the link. Did I post... Have I posted it? I'll post the link, and then I'll also invite him as well, as through the different system. Because what happened is they've changed how they do Hangouts.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they used to do it through Google Plus, and now you do it through a bit more through YouTube. And so I had to get used to that. So yeah, Dave, what do you think of these as? Well, okay, if you look at SI, do you think that fits Guardians, like the essence of Guardian?
Stabilizing with a predictable standard. That is very much. Yeah, that's very much Guardian. So SI is Guardian.
Yeah. So like ESTJ would be TESI, ESFJ would be FESI, ISTJ SITE in the classical view, and ISFJ would be SIFE. But of course, Viktor views it slightly differently.
Okay.
So, and this one here for extroverted intuiting, do you think that fits you and inventors?
Extroverted.
Intuiting. This one here, exploring the emerging patterns.
Yeah, I would agree.
And this one would be for the mastermind, introverted intuitive, the mastermind and the counselor, transforming with the meta perspective.
Yeah, I would agree.
And then we've got extroverted thinking, or business logic, as they call it in Socionica. Hi, Jeff.
Oh, I think it finally worked that time.
No.
See, when I clicked the link that you sent me, it wasn't taking me in here. It was taking me
Right.
like into my own room. But it only finally worked when I clicked on the it actually sent an invitation through the Hangouts app itself, and when I went through that, it actually connected.
Yeah. I just sent that now in the past few minutes. Yeah, I'll remember to do that in future.
Yeah, because I actually tried to join in earlier, and I wasn't even going to talk. I was just going to listen, but I was going to be in the Hangout, and but it wouldn't let me. So.
But the YouTube is up and running, right? Is that correct?
Oh yeah, it's working. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been listening for most of the time over the past hour or so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Jeff's only been able to join now so that he doesn't get told off.
Yeah, so I'm working. I'm still at work, but I'm past my official work hours, so
I see.
Getting stuff done.
Dave, do you think that extroverted thinking there? Do you think that fits ESTJ? Sorry, supervisor and field marshal. This one.
The problem is the notion of objective. There's a problem with the notion of objective.
Right. Okay.
that bothers me.
Okay.
Function properly. Apply procedures to control events and achieve goals. Okay, so this is what the TE is for. You're saying ESTJ, just ESTJ?
No, it's primarily because it's there in the theory. It's there, and in Jung's theory, the dominance function. So that, like, the management, the main thing of the supervisor and the main thing of the field marshal.
Okay.
Would be this kind of thinking.
Yeah. So the thing is that the field marshal will is more the objective, whereas the supervisor is more experience-based or subjective. So, you know, make decisions based on principles for the rational, and the guardian would be more make decisions based on experience.
Right, and then we've got the introverted thinking that we've just talked about with Viktor. So do you think that fits you? Gaining leverage using a framework.
Attached for a situation study. Yeah, no, definitely. That, yeah, that would be mostly the architect. A little bit of the mastermind also.
Yeah, that's interesting because in Viktor's theory, that introverted thinking is very strong in the mastermind. Right. So then we've got extroverted feeling.
Because one of the things we say, okay, different. I've noticed that with my friend, who is very much in the mastermind, is they really do have much more of a framework, I would say. They rely more on the framework as opposed to the us rationals. We're a little more chary of the framework, and we're constantly, you know, testing the theory.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That might be a.
So basically, we look at the situation, right?
Interesting.
That's from the situation, study it, but we're also in the process. Not only are we evaluating the situation based on the theory, but we're also checking the theory based on the situation.
Right, so, Maria, this is where you can come in, Maria, because this might be one of those left type, right type things. The difference between INTP and INTJ.
She's gone, maybe.
Okay. Well, I'll let her speak as soon as she switches. But yeah, the extroverted feeling thing. So this would be like ESFJ and supplier and provider and teacher for extroverted feeling.
Okay, so what's the FE again?
Nurturing trust through giving relationships.
No. What are the
the types. ESFJ provider.
Right.
And ENFJ teacher.
Okay. Get back that. Can I get back that? I can't. I'm a slow reader. You got to figure that out.
Okay.
Up here, moving too much. Stop moving. Stop performing.
Now, I think one of the things I might say is that in the theory, Dario is FE polar, so he might have a slightly negative view of FE because he's a mastermind and they're not great at it. Because the mastermind being the opposite of the ESFJ, of the provider.
In the extroverted feeling relationships, there's a little mismatch between the teacher and the provider. So both of them are generally, but there's some significant difference.
Oh yes.
So it's the nurturing. The nurturing is more the idealist, and the relationship is much more the provider.
Yeah, this is how Viktor sees the difference. For ESFJ, so it says here, ethics of positive emotions. That's how Viktor would say the extroverted feeling is in the ESFJ. So that being happy, expressing enthusiasm, being friendly and open with people. And then he describes it. And now, full disclosure, I think Viktor's married to an ENFJ, so this last one here. Being angry, indignant, dramatizing events, ridiculing others, escalating conflict.
Well, I didn't notice that. Boy, they've divorced yet, or they're about to be divorced?
I don't know.
I mean, Jesus Christ. Does he realize how bad that is?
Yeah, well, in my experience, the ethic, like extrovert ethics, is not as much about emotions as about likability and the atmosphere in general, making people feel at ease. So I cannot really marry to Viktor's idea.
Yeah. Maria is an independent thinker. She will take what she likes about Viktor's theory, and
obviously this is boy, he must be. He's in real big trouble. I mean, does he realize how bad that is? The ENFJ? I mean, that's terrible.
What, the way he's described it?
Yeah. Are angry, indignant, dramatizing events, ridiculing others, escalating conflicts emotionally. I mean, that's the total negative part of the ENFJ. There's no positive thing in there.
However, Viktor does say that...
Oh, that's negative. Oh, there's negative. Oh, go back. So that was the negative aspect.
Yeah, is that they, even though I think it's like we INTP is overgeneralizing, is that it can switch.
Oh, okay. So there's the plus E. Okay.
Yeah.
I missed.
Yeah, but in general.
Why did he do a positive for the provider and a negative for the ENFJ?
Ah, well, here we go. Well, he did his function signs. I'll let you read that.
So in other words, he hasn't figured out what the positive aspects of the teacher idealist is.
Well, he does have this sort of get out clause where he talks about the types can flip. He always like builds in these rigidly defined areas of doubt and uncertainty. The quote Douglas Adams. So there's like a get out clause. So for instance, he'll have a structure of a type. But then he'll say, I have a DCNH system where someone can have a function stronger than the profile. So there's room for maneuver.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Hopefully his wife is not reading that stuff.
What's interesting is in an earlier paper, he wrote that the ENFJ is the best type to be a genius. So maybe there was a different state of his marriage at that point.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think he said ENFJ and INTJ. Sorry, ENFJ. So a teacher and mastermind were the types best set up to be a genius.
Well, yeah, I think that again my view of my father's view is, of course, depends on what you mean by genius.
Yeah.
But there are different kinds of geniuses. So we have a completely different thing. You know, there are there are definitely geniuses in the Michael Jordan sense.
Yes, and the Shakespeare sense, and the Schiff sense. So I like this one, this definition of introverted feeling. Staying true to who you really are. And so if you think of healers and champions and composers and performers. Although this one, not so much with the performer. Check with your conscience before you act.
Yeah. Again, the thing is, when you crossing temperaments, you're gonna get
Gotcha.
You're gonna get pushback from me.
Right. Okay. So what he changed was this was just a theoretical view of it, and now his actual findings were slightly different. So when he did it from his research, this is more the scientific point of view. Let's see if you like this one. So that's what he found about extroverted sensing, and so artisans and guardians on the right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. It's okay for me.
Okay, excellent. Right, and then we go. It's nice when different schools agree with each other. And then Viktor called this work of Dario a great achievement. I like that one for extroverted intuiting. Perceive and play with patterns of relationships across contexts. In fact, we might even be doing that right now by comparing Dario's research to your views. I love that bit.
Certainly. Well, the thing is, I find it hard to stay on task. Yeah. Thing is, of course, what one considers a task is, I would never say I have difficulty. I never have difficulty staying on task. I just need to do something else, right? So I never, unless the task is a logistical task. In fact, I've got some logistical tasks I got to do, and I'm procrastinating as much as possible. I should really get involved. So the question is, I'm not sure about that last part. How it may find it hard. It's not certainly true with the ENFP, but the thing is,
ENTP, yeah.
ENTP. But the thing is, we aren't really. Yeah, maybe you should say.
Well, that's not. Like for us, that's not the main thing, because our main thing is staying in the logic of it. So we're a bit more focused than the inventor and the champion.
Yeah. So it's certainly true of the champion, but that's a negative point of view. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay.
And then we've got
enter the vector transfer. I can't. I gotta click on it again.
Okay. Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah. So what Dario noticed is that those types with NI go into a whole brain. He calls it a whole brain state, but really you should call it a whole neocortex state, where it's so they're very good at focusing on something, and they go into that zone where the EEG read, it goes into a whole brain state. I forgot what the actual pattern was, the actual type of wave, but it's in the book. People can buy it.
I'm conscious. Yeah, to a large degree.
Right, and then the next one is these are the other functions. TI and so business logic and reasoning. So again, this is quite similar to, especially TI, the way Viktor defined it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all different angles on the same part truth. So what do you think of that definition of TE, which is like manage resources efficiently to quickly
Well, I
decide
think it's
upon the evidence?
focused on word content on the
Yeah,
ESTJ.
okay.
I'm not so sure about that. Well, kind of negative view of them. ESTJ, let's say a lawyer, ESTJ. I don't know what did, I would say, I have a problem with what did it mean by word focus? Or, did you click on that again?
Oh.
Word
Yeah, if you just click on it.
focus on word content. That doesn't make. I'm not sure what that means. Focus on word content.
It's some people are very attentive to the particular words that people use, and others will. An INFP will. Healer will listen particularly to the intonation.
Okay,
of
I
the
guess I'd buy that. Yeah, it's a little bit pretty. Not exactly.
Yeah, they sort of use both. It's
okay.
And then
okay, interior. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the navigating spaces.
yeah. Yeah, because he's trying to include the crafter with their more world-based TI.
Yeah, yeah. Then again, the question is, what do you mean by spaces? So that it's a little flaky in terms of that.
Yep. And if we go, we've got extroverted feeling and introverted feeling. I think this one's very good. That one, the FI. And like I said there, to me it's more self-centered, that kind of FI.
Now the green part on the extroverted feeling, I'm not sure that that's true. Well,
Right.
yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about that. Not sure about being easily coerced.
Yeah, that might fit ESFJ more. Or
Yeah, so it's matter more of degree.
yeah, and as you said, crossing temperaments.
Right.
Now this one I found interesting about FI and those types being hard to embarrass. Or harder to embarrass, maybe you should have put.
Oh, so, but these main. No, I just noticed that. Like you say, I'm not that observant. Mainly versus us also. So okay, good. Yeah, back. I just noticed that feature. Hard to embarrass. Yeah, the hard embarrassed, I'm not sure that that's true. No, I would probably say that is completely opposite. I think.
Well, I think they're thinking about, especially in the case of an S. Do you think an ISFP is easier to embarrass than an ISFP?
Well, again, the question is, what is it you mean by hard?
Yeah, that sounds like one of
depends on the depends on the situation. I mean,
right, gotcha.
Yeah, I just wouldn't. That's kind of a value judgment of like that's talking about the other person more than the individual.
I think it's this idea, and Jeff talks about it.
Because I think in general, they can be easily embarrassed. You know, it's
embarrassed by different things.
Yeah, they're embarrassed by different things, but the thing is, it's pretty easy to embarrass them without intentions, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is,
I think that with extroverted feeling types, they can usually better tell you why they're embarrassed or why they were offended or what than the introverted feeling types can, because it usually comes from, I mean, the whole thing about the extroverted thing is comes from the external, comes from the outside, so it's like their particular values, their background, or whatever it is, they can tell you what, why that's against, why that bothers. There's a reason for it, and
yeah, I mean, you wouldn't.
It's harder for me to be able to tell you that. I just know that it made me feel bad. I don't know why.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and you won't notice that you embarrassed them. That's
right.
That's the thing. That's the thing is that sometimes you won't know it's embarrassing, but but eventually you will pay for it. Would you agree, Jeff?
Yeah, I guess it depends on
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
I think what
depends on
I've
the
said,
situation.
what I've said, and my son can confirm this, is that when I get that backed into a corner feeling, then I'm much more liable to lash out at somebody because I feel like I can't escape from the situation. Right. I think with ISFPs and maybe INFPs too, they're maybe more likely to retreat into themselves and not lash out. They'll keep it more inside, but they can still reach a breaking point where then it all comes out at once.
Right.
I'm more likely to react sooner, and then I'm over it.
Right. Yeah. Right. Whereas the healer idealists, they never forget.
Yeah, especially if they're an Enneagram 4. Yeah, so Dave, that's your main thing. Does that fit your main thing that it says there, number 1, management TI minus?
I did the research. Analyze the sensitivity. Yes, I would agree.
Right, and that's Maria put that bit in italics. Peter William Atkins, she added that bit to the translation.
Mm-hmm.
What about the creative? So the idea that what do you think of that section, the NI plus?
NI plus. Okay.
Yeah, creative NI plus. Position 2.
I'm not sure about the first. Not sure about the first one.
Okay.
I tend to be punctual. I haven't noticed that in other INTPs. I'm not sure. Punctual seems to be much more, depends on circumstance. I know INTP is not punctual.
Yeah, it's about habits.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it came. I assumed that the INTP were punctual, because I am punctual. But I don't think that's generally true, because I found a particular situation where
goes back to that whole utilitarian thing. Like if an INTP has reasons why being punctual like achieves something for them, why it helps them in some way, then they'll do it. But if they don't see any benefit to it, then they're not going to, just for the sake of being punctual.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that was the. I mean, the guy's pretty good in business. He was punctual. I'm overly punctual, but I think in social situations, it depends on the situation. So whatever. Yeah. So I'm not sure about the second one. Keirsey, obviously. Yes, the third ones, of course. Yes, fourth one's fine. Yes, yeah, I would agree. Total, pretty much, except for the functional. That's
Gotcha. Then we've got, I think what we can do though is, if we go back to, because this is the big thing that you mentioned, and this bit relates to, we've looked at this before, and Viktor lived through inflation in the 1990s, so he's used this metaphor of this block being the weakest two functions. Overvoltage on this block leads to collapse of the mind, just as monetary inflation leads to collapse of the economy. Right, and this is that stuff about what you said about INTPs being poor at logistics, and Viktor explained, he nuances it as we're good at the theory of business.
yes.
We can have great plans, as you've talked about. You had all these plans for things, all these ideas, but the implementation was the trick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is, to some degree, this thing is preference.
Yeah, and part of the theory is that this is, you have high information for it, you think about it a lot, but you have very low energy for it.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And that one, number 7, that's the weakest function, so hence he calls that the brake. So, and that's also weak in the healer as well. That's one of the reasons healers don't get on well with promoters.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep, that's pretty accurate.
Yeah. Then we go. Right. So, okay.
Yeah, and the brake's pretty good too.
So, and then now we've got the idea here of this is the function that we can get better at with FI, but we have to, over the years, but we have to continually watch it to make sure it's a weak area that we try to keep working on. And Viktor uses the metaphor of it's like an athlete that has to keep training their muscles, and if they don't train, they get out of shape. So we have to watch this one, this people skills one of FI minus.
However, if he chooses to end a relationship, he's not likely to change his mind on his own. I'm not sure what that means.
I think that means that he's not likely to come back to it. It might require the other person to.
So in other words, he will not change unless things change.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay.
Because maybe they were hurt so much. But I like that bit at the end where he talks about. There's a bit about over time yeah, over time he begins to pick up the nuances of relationships and finds the right. I think that's definitely true of me. I don't know if you think that's true of you, Dave.
Yeah, totally true. Yeah, so I'm not sure I ever did figure out finds the right approach.
Yeah. But it never says how much time. It says over time.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking now. I don't know whether I'm good at any kind of relationship that requires effort.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to check something out. Right. There we go. Yeah. But yeah. So we've got this idea here of range, of externalities, internalities, where he says cold and distant with strangers. So this idea of people that don't know you very well, they don't see the warmth of the INTP, so they can be. So what do you think of this column here in the FE green column block?
Sure. Yep.
So that's that idea of, because now we've got the internalities row, and what about for the NE?
I was going to ask something. It's very, I think it's sort of trained in all Americans, the FE part, where I think even everybody who comes here is trained from the very start to be good at small talk and smile at everybody and so on. So it's kind of, it's hard to say how much of the trait is natural and how much is conditioned.
So you're saying
that's right.
have been trained to do small talk? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that it's hard to deduce the type features because everybody has been conditioned so much, like to do the same stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I myself have a book on that gives help with conversational skills, and it talks about if you're asking a question, don't ask a closed question like "Do you come here often?" Ask questions like what and how. So it's like you're playing the opposite of the yes/no game, where you're trying to get people not to say yes and no and one-word answers. You're trying to get the other person to give a long answer, because that gives you more hooks and things to then take the conversation in a new direction. And there'll be a little bit of that in NLP. And so, yeah, Miriam's right. Lots of, especially an NT, can learn these types of conversational skills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that's an interesting point. Is that the cultural, clearly like the Japanese culture is more guarding or more more conforming, a lot more conforming, and they are taught. I think, of course, I haven't been to Japan for many years, so but I don't know how it's changed. But and then the ties and all that. So that I'm not sure how these portraits will be affected based on the different cultures.
Well,
architect rational. There might be some little glitches here and there. Architect rational. That's let's say from the Philippines. So that's the only thing I'm thinking of. Is that, okay, this is certainly true of me.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, I was going to say not just being an American, but being Southern.
Oh yes. Ah, gotcha. Manners, southern manners.
Yeah, Southerners, American Southerners are nicer than on the surface. But I'm not sure that you would have a much difference as far as the architects, as far as the South versus the North. I mean,
Do you think that might be? Do you think that might be a big? Do you think that might be a big city thing? Because when some big cities where they get into a mode of not talking to people, like New York and London.
Yeah, right. Well, again, back to this cultural issues. Since my significant other right now, she's Australian, and
Oh yes.
so there were some things that I just didn't understand, and so there are some differences that are cultural, and it really has very little to do with the temperament. So that that some of these items can be, we should say, well, what's the person, So this, I think, is really good with Americans, but there might be, it's good for a 50s architect rational from Southern California.
And of course, Viktor is in Kiev, and so his experience, and he is 58. He a large part of his life would have been in the Soviet Union, so because being 58 years old, and
right. And, Soviet Union was quite a different culture. I have no idea what's happening now as far as the culture is concerned.
But
Maria, where are you located now?
Well, currently I'm in Texas, but I also grew up in Soviet Union to the large part.
But have you been back? I mean,
Pardon me?
have you been back? Have you been back to Russia recently?
Been what?
Have you been back to Russia since?
Yeah. I've been back to Russia several years ago, a few times.
So, of course. So, as the culture, what has been the effect from your point of view, in terms of culture, between let's say the Soviet Union and now the Russia, just straight Russia? Do you see a market difference or evolutionary difference?
Yeah, but the people who are growing up right now are very different from what we're used to. They have different motivations,
right?
Even different capacities.
Yeah, I mean that's the
they're
thing.
They're much better at some intuitive abilities. They're more practical, but they're lacking in some.
Missed that last part. Oh.
Yeah, the connection was going out a little bit. She has
I'm just saying that they have different. They have more self-motivation and the more business logic, but they sometimes lack in other sides of their life compared to us.
Yeah. So yeah, no. The point is that when you look at these models, it's generally true. There might be little glitches here and there based on one's age and culture.
What was interesting is we had a hangout with Chris Montoya, and there was quite a lot of similarity between Chris living in New Mexico, I think, and Maria, someone who's from, former Soviet Union, the similarities are, and Crystal noticed it's when someone's the same Jungian or Keirsey and they're the same Enneagram, then Crystal said that she found boring talking to other INFJs who were the same Enneagram. She likes to talk to INFJs who are a different Enneagram from hers. She does, because we did a hangout on identical relationships. So what is it like when you've got an INFJ with an INFJ?
Right.
And that's when Crystal said, "Oh, I love talking to INFJs if they're a different Enneagram from me. So if they're more the knowledge seeker."
Too much like you, yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is, there's a question of serving the same role, basically. Basically the advantage of, well, let's say my father and me, right? He was my father and I was my son, and so even though we were the same type, completely different, very different perspectives on life, because I was just a naive kid from the 50s and 60s that I was really into science, and he was a country boy just after World War I, born in 21, and through the Depression, and so there was quite a difference there. So that was but we had the commonality of the abstract reasoning and that kind of stuff, so it worked pretty well. Whereas if you have two promoters, right, or two counselors, I guess, if you be interesting to say, well, okay, you're trying to help the other person. God damn it, I'll help you, and you don't help me.
Well,
I don't know.
I suppose yeah, you're right. In like a friend, like, so for instance, Maria got on well with Crystal, and Maria's like an Enneagram 5 INFJ. So as you know, knowledge seeker, brain box, and Crystal's also interested in theoretical stuff, but she's more towards like self-help development and helping people. That's why, because of her interest in Enneagram, and she actually said that when she talks to someone who's the same as her, she finds it boring. Because she's not learning anything. It's too much. They know so much about each other. It becomes too familiar.
Yeah.
A bit like the 70 itch thing.
Yeah. Again, it depends. One of my best teachers, who was 10 years younger than I was, or 8 years younger than I was, very smart guy. He was also an INTP, or an architect rational. I learned a lot from him. Because I was basically illiterate, he taught me how to write, but we got along pretty well. But I think, with my father, it was more an adversarial situation, a friendly adversarial thing. But it really worked. Yes. It really worked with my friend Dave. He works at the labs. He's a very smart guy, just incredibly smart. So each relationship can become very, very unique, and why and how it works.
Oh, interesting. So what you could do, Dave, is maybe you could join us when we do our relationship videos because Maria, Chris, and I have been doing these Socionics intertype relation videos, and of course grounded in reality as to like asking people's experience of how they get on with the types. So you might be interested in that, or not. I don't know.
If I can remember the terminology, that's my problem.
Oh, we will change it. We will change the names. We're very adaptable because Maria and I know. Maria, Crystal, and I all know the Keirsey names.
Okay.
We're not socionica bigots, unlike some people. We like to look at all the different systems. And so in terms of functions, this is the one which is defined. This is a bit odd in that this is the one that's most different from, like you saw that definition that Dario did of SI, where he talked about being on task, and going through a set process, and by the book. And Socionics looks at a different kind of SI, but it's similar in that. So, for instance, when Dario wrote his book 8 Keys to Self-Leadership and he did a section on SI, stabilizing with the predictable standard, he mentioned the word comfort about 8 times in 3 pages. So it's in the same ballpark. And Socionics defines SI as comfort sensing. And so, for instance, literally for our type, Dave, we need to be made comfortable in order to do something. We have to be made comfortable first.
But the protector guardian depends on what you mean by comfortable, because obviously Mother Teresa, she didn't feel comfortable when she was comfortable.
Yes, they've got. I think they've got a different kind of. I think they've got negative sensing. So if we go, oh, we've got 2 INTPs here digressing onto different things. So
she felt comfortable in her conceptual
protector, right? We've got here. Look, sensation of discomfort. So she was treating maladies. Treatment of a malady or resolution of everyday discomforts. So it's a different from the ISTJ.
Yeah. The interesting thing, of course, is that she was not interested in physical. She was interested in physical comfort, but not craziness. Even of maladies. She was interested in just having people feel comfortable until they go to heaven.
Yeah.
It's like, oh God.
Yeah, a non-typological factor involved in her character.
Yes.
Right.
I think
if we go, yeah, go
there
on.
may be different kinds of ISFJs. Like if one of the family favorites with my kids and actually adults too is the Ratatouille movie. Do you know that? That one?
Yes,
about
but I
the rat who was cooking.
Yeah, was it? Well, I don't remember. Wasn't the rat more of a composer? I don't remember. I've watched the movie, but I'm not sure that was it a provider or just a composer?
With Socionics, the rat would be most likely the ISFJ.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember much about the
it
person.
has that heroic comfort sensation.
Yeah.
But also a great deal of extroverted feeling because it's which kind of you can see in its interaction with the boy and other people. So I would say it really looks like ISFJ. So I don't know your opinion. So it's not as presented for these types, but it's more about the comfort sensation.
Yeah.
Maria, has this SI, you've interacted with quite a few INTPs. Have you noticed that about INTPs, that SI launcher thing?
To recall an example, how long have you been talking about food in the previous hangout? Just
Me?
off record, you've been. How
Me?
how long can you talk about it or something?
How long can I talk about food?
Yeah, I just remember you talking at length about food. I kind of had to stop you.
I can't remember. I think that might have been when Jeff was in there. I don't know.
I think it
Really?
was.
I mean, the thing is, guys, the architect rationals, we will worry about making sure that we don't get starved, but food typically is not of our interest.
Well, I've with other INTPs, I've met them as far as they may say something. I like seafood. Seafood, I like it.
Yes, that's
so
true.
They're not picky, but as something to talk about, food may be a great subject.
Yeah, no, that's true. I am very, there's some things that I will not eat. It's like that was the big fight between my mother and I, was that she wanted you to eat whatever was on the plate, and I absolutely refused to eat beets and cucumbers and tomatoes, raw tomatoes, and that was the big fight.
Did she ever say something like there were children starving in Africa?
Yeah, and they did that. They said, well, you can't have dessert. I said, okay, fine, and then they said, no, you have to eat it anyway.
Right. Because Peter Kay did a joke about his mother gave him this cheap version of Coca-Cola, and called Roller Cola, and he wouldn't drink it, and his mother said, there are children starving in Africa, and Peter Kay said, send it to them, they can have it.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it was children in China. So
yeah.
But yeah, no. I was particularly allergic. That was one of my problems.
Right.
So that's an interesting sideline. It has really very little to do with anything. But again, and I've always been intrigued by it, is that the rational is the original correlation with the four humors, or the four types, was that the rational was the phlegmatic, and I'm very phlegmatic because I have allergies, and I was wondering, was there any chemical basis for the temperaments, because we definitely seem to be a lot of rationals seem to be allergic.
Yeah, well, in Socionics, or with Jung temperaments, INTP is the only phlegmatic out of rationals, because the rational, the phlegmatic in Socionics would be the IP.
Mm-hmm. So I think, I was cut out for a few seconds.
You appeared again, and then you came back.
Yeah, I must have dropped it.
It was just a couple of seconds. You were fine.
Can I ask you, are you still picky, or you got better?
There are just certain things I just will not eat. Well, I finally realized that I'm also, I have difficulty with dairy, so I avoid dairy. Even though I like ice cream, I hated milk, and cheese is okay, like pizza, but I have to avoid it. So yeah. But cucumbers, melons, and tomatoes, I just have certain things I will not eat. So I wouldn't call myself picky. In fact,
yeah, sure.
Because I was very attracted to Chinese and spicy food. My mother is no spice whatsoever. So and I give her a hard time about vegetable, because when I was a kid, she gave me a hard time with my vegetables. Now I'm giving her a bad time with her vegetables, even though at 92 years old, she should be able to do anything she wants. So I let off her, but I kid her a lot. So, but I guess I would say, yeah, I know my tastes, and I will try most things, but I don't. There's a colleague. He constantly asks people, the waiter, what's the best, and blah blah blah. And that's his strategy. And I always know exactly what I want, or try to avoid whatever I don't want to eat. So I would say I'm a judicious a analyzing. I analyze the food.
I also enjoy food.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That definitely doesn't sound as picky. I know people who wouldn't have leftovers if their life depended on it.
I love seafood. Love seafood. Thai food's the best, of course. And Scottish sweets, cakes and cookies. But the Asian desserts, oh, terrible. I think everybody's, picky in their own way. I've found people that, oh yeah, I'll eat this and I'll eat that, and then something else, and then I get pretty picky.
So Maria, you know Model G in greater depth than me. What do you think of the energy aspect of Viktor's model, where you have maximum energy, optimum energy, minimum energy, and pessimum energy? I like that word. I learnt it from him.
What is the question?
Oh, the question is, what do you think of it, in your opinion, of the energy aspect of his model?
I found it interesting and nice that the function of how much energy you actually have for manipulated functions, that it's in the is it in the optimum energy, right?
Yeah, optimum, yeah. At close range, yeah.
I think it's a nice little different.
Children can use their manipulated function pretty well. It turns on fairly early, and they can it's used very well. For instance, the SEE can be very patient and can wait for a long time if it suits the situation, or ISTP can get what he wants, and actually it works for them in the same way as Viktor is describing.
I think to me,
using negative emotions.
Yeah, I think the energy is pretty much similar to the notion of preference. In some sense, the more energy you have, the more preference you have that particular thing. It's actually very similar. Again, to my father's battery analogy a long time ago with the E and I. You could use it in the preference way too. So that was he talks about energy, and there's certainly in general, people ask, well, what about intelligence? In some sense, it also has, the people that have high energy are able to use their energy effectively, are going to be better off. So when we talk about leadership, it's like most leaders have huge amount of energy, right? And so that's a factor. Whether it's both temperament based or actually physical wellness. It's a useful concept.
I think one of... Yeah, go on.
Yes, I think it's a great way to put it, but also I think it may have to do with being able to use the function.
Right. Your skill.
Yeah, competency. Yeah.
Competency or skill. Yeah. In other words, the better skill you are at something. Just the difference between basketball and baseball, right? Michael Jordan was, would use his energy in basketball, but he in baseball he tried he used as much energy as possible, but he just wasn't skilled.
So part of this model is that Viktor has the function in the top row suppressing the function below it. So this is the counselor's model, and so it's like, I suppose with strangers the idea is that the NI predominates and suppresses the FE, but with people closer to them, because he uses this analogy here about the rider horse. There.
So one suppresses 5, 2 suppresses 6.
Yeah.
3 suppresses. Okay. Yeah, that's obviously a very complicated aspect, but it'd be interesting to try to figure that out. If based on his being able to really kind of capture the type, it might be that has some validity in it.
Yeah, that made me think of something, that it might match that actual part of the model. It probably matches some types better than others. So, for instance, with his type, he would have, like, the TI is like the rider on the NE horse. So we use our reasoning to sort of direct our flakiness, and then I suppose when we're at closer range, the flakiness loses the jockey and can be a bit less disciplined, a bit flaky, I suppose.
Yeah. Obviously, that opens a lot of different possibilities.
Yeah.
So I don't know how accurate it is. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, it's very.
That's kind of smacks of the problem of the tiny 90s, right? Basically.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like this function operates on that function, and that function operates on this function, and therefore the total function is yada yada. And it's like, that's what people would say. Well, can we get more and more details about the temperaments and types? Well, the bottom line is, there's diminishing returns. So I couldn't tell you on this particular situation whether, if you can remember the stuff, it probably helps you. But it's like, okay, that's the next level.
So this is for Maria's. This is for the counselor, and so she was talking about the manipulative function. How, and this is one way. This is quite a big way to see a difference between a healer and a counselor. Is the counselor has a bit more of that artisan essence to them in terms of their extroverted sensor. Because and Maria very much likes the STPs, and when he asked Chris, he very much likes the STPs. In Socionics, promoter and counselor are hot for each other.
Okay. Well, again, the reason that they would be hot for each other is that they complement each other, and one's able to cover for the other one.
Yeah.
And of course, your weaknesses, right? You say, well, shoot, I'm weak on this, Therefore, that person can pick it up.
However, there's a different kind of opposite where they're like conflictors, where if you think of promoter with healer, that's the incompatible opposite.
Right.
They're like, and even in your, when you've looked at, I've even went in personology where it ranks the role variants, they're like polar opposites, promoter and what is it, tactical initiator, and those two roles are like poles apart in terms of like the opposite roles, because you've got one that is an initiating tactical, and then you've got the opposite, which is the diplomatic, but it's like the most shy kind of accommodating diplomatic. So they're opposite poles.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a pair that would be the promoter and a healer. Certainly the counselor. The counselor and the promoter, obviously, that's Eleanor and Franklin. Good example of those two.
And Sam and Diane from Cheers.
So it's this. Oh yeah, let's. She. Yeah. What do you think she? What would she be?
Oh, I think she's a counselor.
She was a counselor.
Yeah, he's the promoter.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
And I think Maria has said that she's not afraid of using extroverted sensation. She will kick people up the backside and give them a shove.
Yeah.
She will use some power on some people. When she needs to.
Is there any healers and promoters that would work together? Probably not. So it'd probably be difficult to find a famous couple.
So yeah, so it's one way to. So I always ask, if someone says they're an INFJ, I always ask them how they get on with the ESTP, because to see if they're an INFP that thinks they're an INFJ, because in typology, you know, it's almost like the favourite type to be is INFJ. Everyone wants to be INFJ. They're not sure.
I guess so. That'd be true. That might be true.
You know, because they get to be mystical, people skills, and to be a brain box. It's like they get to be all these different things because the profile of INFJ has all these positive aspects to it.
Really?
Lots of people want to be it.
Not so much in Socionics.
It's also got annoying things to it too, though.
Yeah, Socionics has the portrait of the same type very much differently.
Yes.
Family parasites who are always looking for some strong people to abuse them and so on.
Yeah. So here, Chris admitted to this, the weak business logic in the INFJ.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
What do you think of this bit here? While pushing those close to him to take risks and explore, typically will not lead by example.
Who are you asking?
What both? I mean, if you want to chime in, Maria, it's your type.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you on that one because it's not my type.
Yeah. Well, I would say that they try they want other people sort of sometimes they would encourage people to take risks while making completely different decisions for themselves. I've seen it in my own life. I wouldn't really do that INTJ stuff like, what the hell are you doing? You're gonna be broke. You're gonna be like alone and so on. I try, like we see the the positive and everything, and if somebody is feeling like being brave, we will support it.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I think both INTJs and INFJs like people around them to be creative. They will like create a great deal of support for them.
Yes.
And that's what I see the control NE is about, because we don't necessarily make time for being creative ourselves, but we always encourage other people.
Right. And
The INTJ male can be really out to lunch sometimes. But the complete opposite can be the other way. They can be great leaders. So I found I've seen the sort of a flip flop as far as the mastermind. So totally socially an idiot, and then totally really brilliant.
Maria, what do you think of the part of Viktor's theory where he pairs the control function in you, for example, with the role function in the, say, your dual? So, for instance, the way your NE would, the way your control NE would interact with the NE in the ESTP, what would that look like in reality? Is it like you're giving them ideas or something? What does that look like?
I would say that, first of all, in general, the NI types, the base NI types, are best using their NE in their collective work. If they're with the group, their NE is really like a fountain. They don't run out of ideas, but when they come back to work on their own assignments, it may be just gone. So in case with the dual, it's just the effect of the group that brings your NE to life. Sometimes it's too much, and they have to use role function to cut it off.
How do you mean?
There may be too many ideas, and the dual has to use role function to sort it out.
Right. Oh, I see. Right. It's a bit complicated, that. Right. You see, Maria has the advantage, Dave, of being able to read Russian.
Yes. And languages I didn't even attempt on Russian because it's, I had enough trouble with real big trouble with Japanese, and of course there's Thai. I couldn't fathom Thai either.
Oh, I started Russian and I got one of these books. And Maria has these as well. It's like they have like these children's books. Where it's associative, where you fit the word to the object, and you have like certain scenes to remember.
I think it has a great deal of humor in it, but also some typos and mistakes.
Yeah. Oh, so you've got this particular book, the Usborne First 1,000 Words.
Hmm.
Right. Okay.
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Right. Going back to another aspect of the model. So, if we now we've looked at individual elements and examples, we can go a bit more into the right. So this would be. So I just showed you that that's what it was like before. I just of the when it was by hand and when I did it off the Google Translate version. So for instance, it was like, and I highlighted all the bits in green that fitted me, like well versed in business matters, can offer various entrepreneurial schemes. However, most do not have the energy and organizational skills that are needed to implement such plans. And then now going back to the actual structure, and it was somebody else that helped me with the computer graphics. Someone called Tom Gascorn on. So it's not me who's able to. I just sort of plugged in the text afterwards.
Okay.
Right. So yeah. So when Dario investigated, so like I said, Viktor sees things differently. So he based this on the tote model of. So in Maria's case, it would be that she has launched a TI, and so she gets started by somebody giving her clear instructions or a clear method, the sort of way that an INTP would, and then sort of that clarifies her thoughts, and then that starts her on that sort of cycle of activity that you get in the tote model. And with us, literally, it's like give us a sandwich or make us comfortable, and then that will get us launched. And I suppose, and so I would have to, the more types I have, and so the more types I think for ENTP, it's if you give them like positive feedback in terms of a warm atmosphere, that might get them going and stimulate them.
I understand from what I heard at the SHS hangout, they were kind of interviewing an ENTP, and he said that what motivates him most is the negative emotional feedback, like when somebody is really upset.
Ooh. Does that
They
fit in?
positive atmosphere, but what actually gets them going is the negative emotions.
Ooh, does that fit with them being trolls?
I noticed that I have, like, in Life Journal, I have several ENTP acquaintances, and they only comment my posts when I really, when I'm really upset with something, or anyway, try to convey negative emotions. That's how that's how I see that they exist. I mean, they respond to negative emotions.
So do you see them as trolls then, who are trying to get negative emotions?
No. They're just normal people who have their normal blogs about science or something else. But when they read other people's posts, what makes them more prone to responding is the negative emotions.
So you're saying this is
an idea to come up with something.
You're saying you're talking about the inventor, the ENTP?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
What I've noticed in online forums is ENTPs, they care more about the ideas and the concepts than they do about people's feelings.
Right.
And they'll put so it's like
they
that's
can
a process, but there must be that starting point somewhere.
There's an element of one-upmanship. They're a little more competitive.
Yeah, I spoke to someone. We didn't know his type. He just turned up into a hangout, and I think it was called like Colton Camerate or something. And this was before I knew his type. It was like pretty obvious what his type was like 10 minutes later. So I asked him about. I said ENTPs will usually debate people, and they might actually take a position that they don't actually believe in.
Right.
But they're just doing it to see how the other person reacts. And he said he does that all the while, and he actually gave a defense of it. But I said, yes, but you hurt their feelings instead of just doing it for your own intellectual fun of like prodding someone and seeing how they'll react by saying something you don't actually believe in. And they just see it as sharpening their debate skills.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, a best friend of mine is married to an INTP, and she kind of told me that basically they don't really like the negative emotions too much, but they start actually have to improve the relationship once they're feeling emotionally something is not right. If you're upset, you have to be pretty clear about this.
Yeah.
So they need
I
that
guess,
emotional component to start actually realizing what's going on.
yeah, I think what it is I think that the counselor idealists are able to pick that up, whereas I don't think anybody else would be able to pick that up as much, because you guys are so attuned to people's emotional state in some sense, because probably a lot of the ENTPs would say, "What? Is that true?"
Yeah.
And it's it's like because my wife and girlfriend, they're much more attuned to my feelings than I am myself, and I suspect that that's true to a large degree with the inventors too. We really aren't very aware of our emotions. That doesn't mean that we, because you were saying about the fact that that we react more to the negative emotions, and I think that's true of me to a large extent. So it's like, oh, somebody's upset. Normally I'll go along. There's no emotion, and the fact that there is negative emotion is something that puzzles us and scares us, and also makes us notice.
So you were talking about you're unaware of other people's emotions or your own?
Right. Well, it's both. It's both.
Because that's the second part. That's what I've struggled to understand. Is it's a tough concept for me to get this whole idea of being unaware of your own emotions. Because to me, it just seems like that's so much just a part of my every moment that the idea is just weird to me.
Right. Well, here I'll try to give you an example. So, arguing with my wife, right? And she would say, "Well, you're angry. You're angry." And I'd say, "No, I'm not angry. Not angry. I'm not angry. Not angry. I'm not angry. I'm annoyed." So it's like,
Is there anything that annoys you in particular? I mean, have you noticed that there is a pattern to it?
Well, I mean, in that particular, I can't give you that particular situation, but yeah, I mean, the stupidity annoys me. People that are bad, that are, people that are nasty people, they annoy me. But yeah, it's that I don't pay attention to my emotions as much as other people. So we have our emotions, but I'm still concentrating on the ideas or trying to solve the problem, that I don't really notice my emotions. Whereas like our dog can pick up the emotions, right? And it took me a while to realize that he was more sensitive to our emotions than we were. And then the opposite is that we don't really want to deal with emotions. I mean, negative emotions. So we'll ignore them, You know, maybe they'll go away. Maybe they'll go away. You know, and even with enthusiasm, you know, I'm not. I love the enthusiasm of the healer idealist. But you know, it's like, okay. The fact is that I enjoy the enthusiasm of the idealists, but after a while, it's like, okay, you know, that's enough enthusiasm. let's get down to the ideas. So yeah, I mean, basically the architect rational in particular. Now, I think the inventor is probably a little not as uptight about it, or you know, they have much more, much better interacting with people. Is that we don't pay attention to emotions. We don't value them as much. So I think that's the thing. It's a question of value. In your situation, you're not really. I'm not really interested in the emotions. Most situations.
The closest comparison I can think of is like certain kind of like crisis type situations that I've been in, where it's like the only time where I think I'm kind of running on like the pure adrenaline of the situation, and emotions doesn't really play too much into it because it's more about just what's the immediate action that has to be completed. So, and I think as you know, when I became a parent, there were more things like that, because when, you know, as I'm raising my child, it's like things will come up where it's just, you're just taking care of like whatever the physical need is. You know, if he was sick and vomiting everywhere, then I had, you know, take care of that. I don't have time to like be, you know, worried about emotional stuff. This is what I got to take care of. So
right.
So yeah, I mean, that's the closest thing I can think of is situations like that.
Right.
But those are like the exception,
right,
rather than the rule for me. You know, it's
right.
times where I'm taken to that extreme, and where the emotion, it has to sort of be pushed out of the way to solve a particular thing. But most of the time, it's the opposite.
Yeah, and I think this is, for me, it's the opposite. Very rarely, you know, I've gotten angry, you know, maybe 4 or 5 times in my lifetime, you know, and you know,
that just
there are
sounds
other
hilarious
times.
to me. I've gotten angry 4 or 5 times in my lifetime.
You know, so it's just the opposite. You know.
That sounds like me when there was one chat I was in where I was talking to a ESTJ, you know, supervisor guy, and he was talking about how he was embarrassed because there was one time in college that he was really late to a class. One time.
Right.
And I said, you know, and he said basically like there were maybe 2 or 3 other times that he was late to something in his life. And I said there were probably like only about that many times I've been on time for something in my life. So.
Exactly. Yeah, no, exactly. Well, we've lost our commentator, and you know, so I guess I don't know. Which should we should probably kill this thing. It's been a long time. Kill it.
I'm back. I was just getting a drink.
Okay.
I put a little message in the
well, I'm you know, where I say, okay, yeah, it's time to end this thing.
Oh, one thing we could what we got here? We didn't go through all of the things. We have what we got here? Here it is. Oh wow. Got that open a few times. Just close up.
I remember when I asked
figuring
that.
things out.
So, Jeff, what's your experience of ENTPs? Ah, that. Go on then, talk about that.
Yeah, a few seconds. Yeah, okay. There's order, right? The edge of order, the edge of chaos, and chaos. There you go. Now all you do is spin this around all the time. There you go. There's my science.
Science.
Science, yes, science. Science rules.
It's fantastic.
It's fantastic, yeah.
I don't know how much, like, I consider my audience, I don't know how much any sports that you guys watch. I know Ben watches, like, cricket and some stuff, but, like, I don't know how old it was, maybe a decade ago or whatever, but the NBA basketball, when they went on strike, and so there was a period of time where there was no NBA games when the season was supposed to be going on. And for a long time, they had this advertising campaign that was like the NBA, it's fantastic. You know, that was their slogan.
Right.
Well, during the time the strike was going on, there were these commercials where they had other people, like celebrity people, watching other things. It was supposed to like fill the void of the fact there was no NBA basketball. And they did one with Samuel L. Jackson. It's like they're showing this like girls, like, I don't know, junior high basketball game going on, and it pans into the crowd, and you see Samuel L. Jackson there, and he turns to the camera and he says, "St. Ignatius High School girls basketball, it's fantastic." So it was like a series, but that was probably the funniest one, you know, because it just came out of nowhere. Like, he's so desperate for basketball that he's watching this girls high school game or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
so that's what I was reminded of.
Yes, no, I am a basketball fan. Although now that the Lakers and Clippers aren't doing so hot, I'm a fair weather friend.
Well, the Clippers didn't do too badly this past year. I mean, they went to the playoffs, so they were better than the Lakers.
I got spoiled with UCLA and the Lakers. But I'm a fair weather friend. I'm a sports person. But it was fun watching. I've been watching. I was in Dunedin, New Zealand. I was watching some of the soccer or rugby. So that's kind of, but I don't know what's going on. And the cricket stuff is the cricket. I don't even watch that because it's
those are almost opposites. Like rugby, it's like there's just constant action. Everyone's just piling on top of each other, and the ball's moving, and you don't know what's going. Cricket, it seems like there's like more time of people just kind of standing around doing nothing.
It's probably not that.
You get 400. You get more runs in cricket than you do in baseball. Jeff, this will be your.
The match lasts like 3 days or something.
Oh no! New cricket, T20, 3 hours and done. Yeah, we can actually now. I'll say something you actually like now, Jeff. What Jeff is thinking, Mark, about doing some like proper temperament videos, which can be like the official video of. If you want to know about SPs, watch this video on Jeff's channel, where you can like get the authorized view of a particular temperament.
That would be cool. Yeah. No, recently, Goodrum was putting in some things where people do the gestures. Of course, obviously the gestures are not very indicative. A little indicative. Usually it's more confirmational.
Yeah, we actually talked about that the last time Ben and I chatted about
more
how certain people's systems that they rely too much on that. They try to visually type people from videos, and it's unreliable as a main source of figuring people out. But yeah, what I was thinking of doing is I know there were some videos made a while back but they're kind of old now, and they, not
Old
really
is not the word for it. Ancient.
But yeah, they're not like widespread, and there's a lot of misinformation about Keirsey temperament online. It seems like a lot of people have sort of used your father as their scapegoat for like they stole a lot of his descriptions, but then they turn around and blame him for stereotypes of people, which is silly. Because you can stereotype people with any system or any way of, as soon as you categorize people, then you open yourself up for that.
Right.
But what I was thinking is that, like you and I could do maybe a series of videos, just like one for each temperament, where we basically hit on the major, kind of that matrix of traits kind of thing, where we just basically said, like, here's the things that basically make up this temperament. And it could be a short, kind of tight video that basically would be the go-to thing. Like if somebody wants to go to YouTube and look up, what is a rational, what is an idealist, and obviously you could talk forever on that topic, but we would try to make it like a, kind of a shorter kind of hit on the main points kind of thing, so that there'd be a sort of a go-to video for here's what tells you what the real story is, rather than all of the gobbledygook that's been filtered and changed over the years by too many people.
Yeah, definitely.
So
yeah.
I mean, that's something like entirely like I work weekdays, but as far as like weekends or evenings, whenever was good for you, we could put together something and then figure out the editing of it afterwards, because it wouldn't be like a live thing. It would be more like do it and then kind of edit it and make it the way we want to make it.
Yeah, I think Dave's 2 hours behind you, Jeff, on the left coast.
Yeah, California. Yeah.
One thing we could do is we could do a series of videos where we look at each of the Keirsey role variants and have an in-depth discussion of each one.
Yeah, I was thinking for like that it would be cool, like when I was talking about the temperament videos, to have kind of 4 short ones where we just did each temperament, but we mentioned the role variants, but just sort of like here's an example really briefly of these 4 types within the. But then there could be other ones where we went in depth on one type or another. I always said that I thought it'd be cool to have kind of a either a weekly or semi-weekly kind of show where you had one example of each temperament in. It didn't have to be the same person, but just sort of like you could rotate people, but that it would sort of be like each week or whatever, a different topic covered by have a representative. But you could have sometimes where it wouldn't necessarily have to be one of each temperament. If you wanted to do like this week, we're going to have all 4 variants within the temperament, and do like the SP chat or the SJ chat, whatever it was, you could do that too. So that's an idea I've had for a while, and I've kind of floated it out there, but I've never had, I haven't had a lot of response where people were just like, oh yeah, let's do this now. I just sort of, I kind of mentioned it, and people were like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, but nobody didn't really took the initiative to to do it. So.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with sort of spearheading that idea as long as I had people that will actually show up at the time and do it with me, because the whole idea is to have it be a group chat and not just a solo effort.
Right.
So
that's interesting.
So
I
Jeff,
get frustrated myself when I going around online forums and Facebook groups and things like that, because of how often just somebody mentioning the name Keirsey gets people to respond with this surprising vitriol of oh, he's that one that made Jung stuff dumbed down and he ruined it all and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just and most of the time when they actually start spouting stuff, they're like, oh, he said all this. If you ask him, well, where, tell me in the book, what page did Keirsey say that, all guardians think of sex as a duty or whatever, because that's what one of the things that they've said, and I said, well, tell me where it says that. And then when they actually get to the actual passage, they say, well, it's not exactly what he said, and the thing that I've pointed out is that you know, there are things that change over time, and some of the descriptions that he originally wrote, obviously, it can be a little outdated in some ways because, you know, there's things that change, but the main motivational stuff doesn't change. That's the point, is that even as, you know, even like I joked before about how, you know, by the time Brains and Careers had the artisan slang, you know, he was like about 2 or 3 decades behind, you know, and stuff like that, you know. But the point was still the same. It was just that the specific examples may not have been exactly modern.
I mean, obviously, he got his slang in the 40s.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that's you know.
But it was fun to read, you know, from my perspective as you know, as an artist myself, reading that. I was like, this would be good to do as like a dramatic reading, just reading these lists of slang, and some of these I'm like, we probably should bring some of these back, you know, some of these would be good because, you know, everything kind of goes in cycles.
Goes in circles,
stuff
right?
Comes back, yeah. So I'm like, there's a few phrases in here. I'm like, yeah, I should probably start saying that. And
yeah, that's a swell idea, Jeff.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a little while since I've read it, so I don't remember all of them, but there were some pretty funny ones.
Yeah.
Including especially the part about like describing different ways of calling people crazy. Those were pretty funny.
Yes. Bonkers. You know, I love my Australian girlfriend's thing. But whatever. It just, you know, just the phrasing is just fantastic. A roux in the upper paddock, loose in the upper paddock. You know, it's like kangaroo, and you know, learning about paddocks, because everybody's talking about paddocks in New Zealand and in Australia, you know, and it's like, okay, paddock, yeah. Well, I think it's a good time to stop.
Okay.
I'm getting tired, and I think it's we're kind of running out of time.
Okay, so this is end from Ben, Maria, Jeff, and the David Mark Keirsey.
Yes. Okay.
Bye-bye, folks. And if you've reached this far, you are a good
Incredible.
person. Now, Jeff doesn't like me saying that, but I think you're a good person if you've watched all this. Bye-bye.